Recording in progress.
You're mess with her. You're just messing with her, aren't you?
All right, we ready? It is 9 a.m. So we'll call the June 7th meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors to order. Supervisor Brown, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, I will. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter for a subsequent board agenda. Do we have any public comment?
Terry Mines, Junction City. As you guys know, I've been in litigation with the county and I've been trying to come to an agreement on a settlement. But it seems that my demands aren't getting to you. you guys have a communication issue going on, and we've made some demands and you guys aren't seeming to get them. I think I'd look into it if I was you, because it's going to take you guys somewhere you probably don't want to go. So pay attention.
Veronica Kelly Albies. I'm here on behalf of the Weaverville Douglas City Parks and Rec. And I wanted to just remind everybody that we are having our free community pool party this Friday, June 10th, from 5 to 7 p.m. Even more exciting, we're finally going to officially cut the ribbon for our new Loudon Pool Adventure Splash Pad. And I sent out emails to all of you for those that answered. Thank you. I hope that you can come and join us so we can recognize the county in their support, bless you, in their support of the pool. We have been stewards of your pool for many, many years. I'm coming up on 6 years with Parks and Rec. It was only going to be for a minute to get some things moving. And I'm so proud to be part of it. This was a project that was started over 10 years ago when they put in the new pool. It was a mission of mine to get it completed. And there's so many other things that have been happening at the pool. And recreation throughout the county, I think, has continued to grow even through a pandemic. And it has shown, I think, that people will come and spend their money here. We have the LaGrange Classic coming up. We got bike riders from all over the United States coming in. The Weaverville Waves Swim Meet will be coming up in July. That brings in well over 400 people to spend money and look at our beautiful county. Our sports teams through the high school and even the grade schools. And how about those Hayfork Yankees right now in Trinity County Little League? They are killing it in the Little League game right now. They're moving on through championships. And I think this is something I would like to encourage the board to continue to support. I know over the last few years, we have been trying to get another gymnasium built with a community rec center, and I'm hoping to tap in with Letty soon on that so we can kind of revise some things as we start looking for funding for that again. I think it is towns throughout the United States are reaping the economic rewards of having sports complexes and being able to host events. It's fun, it's family friendly, it brings in a lot of business. Got to deal with housing first and general plan. But I just want to encourage you to keep looking at that because we need to be a very diversified county. I've lived in counties that lived on tourism and I've seen a lot of things. And I think we have a lot of opportunities here. And so I encourage you to continue to look at that. And I just want to make sure you come and spend some time at the pool with us. Swim lessons are underway, or not underway, the registrations are underway, but we are here to serve the community and we love everything about it. So we hope that you'll join us on Friday, 5 to 7 for free community swim and 5:30 for ribbon cutting. And July 1st, Trinity River Community Partners is sponsoring the Stars, Stripes and Smiles Kids Pool Party from 7 to 10. We're going to show a movie at the pool for kids. Anybody can come in, but kids get in free hot dog meals, free root beer floats. Come and join us at the pool.
Restate the date, Veronica, please.
July 1st. Thank you.
Good morning, Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Kind of tying into a lot of these tourism items. I've recently been really trying to figure out what the regulations are around Airbnb in the Trinity County zoning code and whatnot. I can't find anything. Certainly don't see any mention of it in the general plan. And one of the letters that was submitted around the cannabis retail items stated that there were 44, I believe, Airbnbs in Lewiston, and a lot of other folks would like to get in on that. But I'm wondering if there is regulation for Airbnbs, and if that would ever possibly be an agenda item. I know places like Trinidad over in Humboldt is prohibiting anymore because they have a significant excess. It's massively interfering with their residential housing. And I'm wondering where the county stands on that. Thank you.
Any further public comment? Have any on Zoom?
I have no new chats and no raised hands.
All right, with that. we will-
Mr. Chair, I think the Airbnb is worthy of having put on the agenda for a future meeting.
Oh.
There has been discussions back and forth about that, but
Do you have a date you would like to try to have? it
I
on by?
don't have a date. Whenever you feel that it would be appropriate.
Are you volunteering to put it on the agenda and present it?
Sure.
Well, we can work that out.
I know last year, our tax collector was able to secure TOT revenue from Airbnb and VRBO, I believe, both of them. And that was kind of the most recent addressing of those issues, was to get those companies to transfer the TOT that they collect to the county. And so I believe that that's been accomplished.
All right, with that, we will close public comment and move on to presentations. Clerk of the board, item 1.1. Receive a presentation from the TOT partners regarding their joint marketing plan for Trinity County.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. My name is Carla Avila. I'm the Executive Director of the Trinity County Arts Council, and I'm very honored to be here today on behalf of all of the TOT partners to present our joint marketing plan. It has been a really incredible experience working in this collaborative effort, and I'm really looking forward to sharing it with you here today. And just quickly to confirm what was just discussed, it's a big tourism day today, which is exciting. But yes, indeed, on Airbnb and Vrbo, I believe it's automatically when people register to Airbnb to be a host, it automatically submits the TOT directly to the county. So that's some more TOT dollars, and now we'll talk about what we've been doing with them. So I'm here to present our Trinity Transient Occupancy Tax TOT Partners Joint Marketing Plan, which ran from January of 2021 until the end of this month, 2022. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. We're going to cover who the partners are, what is our joint tourism marketing plan, our primary goals, strategy, and benchmark metrics, visitor recruitment, partner deliverables and objectives. We'll look at our efficacy and outreach and show some work product samples. Next slide, please. The TOT partners are made up of multiple organizations, the Trinity County Visitors and Development Bureau, which includes lodging properties, the Trail Alliance, and marketing consultant. They are 100% all volunteer staff and funded 100% by TOT. And their mission really is to increase awareness of Trinity County as a travel and event destination through marketing and outreach. So they're really the cornerstone of that, marketing out to the world, and visit trinity.com. The Trinity County Information Service, which we know more as the Trinity County Visitor Information Center here in Weaverville, is also 100% all volunteer staff and management. They are really the personal point people, the personal interaction. They're the people that you visitors can actually find 7 days a week here, and greeting travelers with information. So they're the real face-to-face interaction that visitors experience when they come to Trinity County, which is incredibly important. Then the Trinity County Arts Council, which is, although our mission is to advance creativity, arts, and culture in Trinity County, we recognize that tourism is absolutely essential to this, and also to the success of our local artists and our creative sector. So they go hand in hand, both promoting the arts for our community and also enhancing tourism through the arts and culture. Next slide, please. The Historical Society is here to help discover, collect, preserve, and disseminate knowledge of the history of Trinity County. They are also an organization of all volunteers. The Jake Jackson Museum and History Center are projects of the Society for research and learning for the public use, and their TOT dollars go to being able to support staff for the museum. The Weaverville Chamber of Commerce, which is a membership-based organization and driven by a volunteer board. 100% of their TOT dollars are spent in advertising and marketing with publications that are distributed throughout the North State. The Hayfork Chamber, which is also supported by and for members, they serve the Hayfork business community, and 100% of their TOT funds are used to increase awareness of Hayfork as a place to visit. Humboldt Trinity Recreation Alliance. These are our partners that help fund the Southern Trinity Fire Department, Southern Trinity Area Rescue. They're really our community hub to Southern Trinity. And with the fires last year in Ruth, it's been difficult down there. One of our goals moving forward is to bring Southern Trinity and partners down there back into the tourism discussion and see how they can really be more a part of the collaborative. So the Joint Tourism Marketing TOT Partnership Plan is a contract with the county, and the main objectives are to advertise and promote Trinity County as a tourist destination in a variety of media, with the goal being to increase TOT revenue. So that means we need people to stay overnight. Coordinate destination marketing efforts between contract partners, which allows us to really harness our marketing power in a really cross-promotional way, which greatly increases the efficacy of that marketing effort, and then to present our plan to the board. So these are our common collaborative goals, and we meet regularly to strategize and work forward on these goals. And we also individually as organizations have goals for tourism that might be unique to each of our organizations. The primary goals are to increase demand for overnight stays in Trinity County. And so we're using our TOT funds to really try and promote the encourage and entice tourists to spend multiple days. So creating events that are multi-day events that are coordinated through different collaborations, such as the LaGrange Bike Classic, the Trinity County Fair, coordinated efforts by both businesses in the form of everything from packages with lodging owners to other special events that center around some main community events over a weekend, help us to develop actual trip plans or stay and play itineraries that we can then market outward and give tourists an actual itinerary for how to spend multiple days in Trinity County. One of the biggest goals we also have is to build awareness of Trinity County. Many people don't know about us. We're still kind of California's hidden gem, best kept secret. And so we have a unique opportunity as the TOT partners to collaboratively design impactful communications and marketing collateral that builds awareness of Trinity County as a premier destination. And part of that effort is really to help inform tourists about where there is to go and see when they're here, because it historically has been a difficult challenge to come to Trinity as a tourist. And if you actually weren't here to visit somebody and you didn't know, it could be difficult to even know where's the best hiking trail, or where is there an accessible hiking trail, or what are the things I can do if I'm here for multiple days, what's open on which days of the week. So a lot of this has been just an enormous collaborative effort to reach out to every business owner in all the different areas of the county to make sure their Google sites are up to date, to make sure that everything of the information about their business is out there in a location that it can be found, and then to cross collaboratively integrate that information into all of our websites, so that whether you end up on the Weaverville Chamber of Commerce or visit Trinity or trinityplaces.org, when you're Googling Trinity County to see what you're going to come visit, our effort is to collaboratively make sure that that marketing and communications is being disseminated in a way that we feel is also demonstrating the best face forward for Trinity County. So in addition, we also can control, like what is coming out of Trinity. If some of the things that have been difficult in rural economic development for other counties similar to us is pictures end up out on the internet of maybe some garbage by the side of the road, or something that is actually not really something we see very commonly here, but part of our partnership effort is to make sure that we're putting beautiful pictures of Trinity County out there and kind of keeping a watch on what the public sees about Trinity County. So our strategy is to provide awareness both globally, nationally, and regionally, and to market, to use our existing assets to market together to targeted audiences. And this is done through multi-layered approach. We want to increase website traffic. We're looking at Google Analytics, increase in social media followers, blogs and magazines, coverage in magazines, visits resulting in blogs where we're actually seeing people out there writing about their personal experience having come to Trinity. Also the Google ads and how they're doing for our local businesses, increasing attendance at events, increasing attendance from trip plans or itineraries that we put on our websites, which also result in overnight stays and increases in business. So how do the TOT partners work together to recruit tourists? So we'll go ahead and begin. So this is our strategy here in picture form. There's multiple kind of groups. There's the segment that's already familiar with Trinity in some way. A lot of our visitors have discovered us through somebody they know. International and out-of-state travelers, which we have a lot of as well, and then regional travelers who are looking at Northern California in general. And so we're trying to attract all of them through targeted approaches to each. By producing and promoting valuable content, we really have to go out there and have journalists and photographers from our local community go out and document where are the trailheads in Lewiston, in Coffee Creek, where do you go when you come to Hayfork to go hiking or swimming, where are the swimming holes in High Palm. All of these things take literally boots on the ground, and then we take that and we develop marketing collateral around that. And our metrics to measure this are how many views are coming to our website, how many visitors we saw at that event that we were targeting advertising for, how many inbound links we're finding, how many new followers, how many downloads. So we're able to measure. Then we nurture, once we've got people looking at this information, their decision. Where are people going to go to buy? They want to buy from people from whom they know, like, and trust. So again, bloggers, people who can give testament to the great experience they had here in Trinity, testimonials. And so engagement is our metric here, shares, likes, comments, and then finally converting them to actual customers or visitors. They decide to come to Trinity and they decide to stay overnight, increasing our sales in events and businesses thriving. So this is the goal here. We want to bring them here. Okay. First, to just attract them, they have to have an experience of awareness. So we are looking at how to drive interested visitors to our websites and to learn about Trinity County. So sometimes this is through their other interests like the arts, and they're looking for arts events in Northern California. And so our goal is to, through Upstate California, through Shasta Cascade Wonderland Association, Visit California, through other organizational media sponsors such as KIXC, we're able to market out to the region and to drive visitors here. So this is a partnership between all of us, and those of us primarily with the large tourism websites, so Visit Trinity and Trinity Places and arts events that we're promoting are kind of the core partners in basically putting the outreach out there on website. And so that's kind of the first stage, is people finding us online. So here you see the Trinity County Adventure Around Every Turn is the Visit Trinity page. And so this is one of the examples of a beautiful website showing some really, really incredible shots of Trinity that rotate through on the homepage. But there's a lot more information too once people are here. So we'll look at the different partner deliverables in a little bit more focus here. We can go on to so the Visitors and Development Bureau is really, their TOT dollars are to maintain the presence of Trinity County at the Anderson, California Welcome Center on the display board and the Trinity section of the Upstate California Visitors Guide. It has a premium county level membership in the Shasta Cascade Wonderland Association or Upstate California. And this drives incredible reach, global reach to Trinity County. In collaboration with partner agencies, they develop professional video and photography that is shared by all of the TOT partners for marketing use. And that's really a huge effort, is to get that content. And then to provide a master calendar feed of events from the Trinity Journal Master, and to interact with the Trinity Journal to keep that list up to date. And that's also on Visit Trinity. They link all the partner websites for more in-depth tourist information, the nurture portion on Visit Trinity. So the trinityplaces.org from the Arts Council, the Weaverville Chamber, Hayfork, all of the different partners' websites are linked to Visit Trinity, so that as people land there, they can kind of venture into the directions of their specific interests. The Visitor Center, again, they're really the boots on the ground. They're providing information directly in person, via phone, email, and social media. They are really there to promote our events and activities and to support the Trinity County Made brand. They're also continuing the Weaver Cam and Trinity Cam projects. And the Arts Council is using RTOT funds for trinityplaces.org. And this is an interactive website that integrates and delivers the tourism content from all the partners to the traveling public. And so we'll look at that a little bit more in depth in the work samples. We develop content representing all the different regions of the county, and the website showcases different aspects of why visitors come, whether it be outdoor adventure, arts and culture, things to do, places, events, and we plan multi-day trip plans that encourage overnight stays. So we have these itineraries, interactive itineraries and maps that people can go through on the website and really get a feel in advance for what their trip could look like and make some fun plans. So we also have a membership in the Shasta Cascade Wonderland. And so this allows us multiple ads in the visitor's guide, widespread visibility and access to the tourism website as part of a really robust media kit that they actually take all around at travel shows. So Trinity County is being actually featured in their media presentation when they travel all over the world. So once people are exploring what they might want to do in Trinity or have found Trinity is a potential destination, then our goal is to really hook them in. So all of the partners come together to share this marketing collateral in the different communities. We really rely on each of the business communities, each of the chambers, and each of the partners to bring their specific area of expertise, and then we co-market that with all of our different, both the Trinity Journal, but also all of the other arts organizations and tourism organizations in the North State. So then our efforts, our marketing that we develop is then put out over all of their for all the other arts councils, for example, they promote our events in their county as well. So it's getting to the whole region that way. Okay, next slide, please. And so our objectives will, this is the cover of trinityplaces.org. And so this website leads you to actual trip plans, places to stay, events or places to go eat. And so we'll look more closely at what that looks like in just a minute. All of the organizations submit their information to the journal, and we also maintain a master list. We then take that content, we utilize it through, we have journalists, we also have a lot of help on the social media and website and design. And so then we take that collateral and we make it look cohesive so that Trinity County is kind of branded from the top down with a cohesive look of everything that comes out as far as our tourism. And we can go on to the next slide. We're all individually maintaining directories of the businesses in our community, encouraging those businesses to have updated Google listings. A lot of the businesses in Hayfork we found did not have one when we started this project, and we have more than tripled the amount of businesses that have come online to actually be have their information more public, and then we're able to promote them. As I mentioned, South County, we've had a rough few years there with fire. We're going to be looking at how we can collaborate to support that region in particular with getting back to tourism, and then the Jake Jackson Museum and History Park. They're really one of the cornerstones here on Main Street, as we know, in historic Weaverville. So everything that they do, it branches out from there, and so even the history and the specific history of Trinity, which is so interesting, and part of why tourists are really interested is the history, and so that is a very important piece of the marketing. So then we really want to call to action, and so this is both on the side of the partners and on the side of the tourist who's going to decide to come here. So we're pitching story ideas to visit California on a regular basis. We take photos and we develop them, and we use all of this content to develop trip plans on Trinity Places. We have relationships with Visit Reading, Northern California Tourism DMOs to advertise cooperatively with them. And we have an incredible partnership with KIXE. They have been a media sponsor of a lot of our collaborative events and have given us this year nearly $10,000 in additional promotion. So that's something that came not from TOT funds, but from the collaborative partnerships marketing goals, and actually brought other partnerships in. So we're also collecting analytical data from our websites. There was a lot of back-end work that needed to be done on the websites to actually be able to gain data from these important metrics that we want to be measuring. And so now we have on our websites, at the click of a button, you can learn about things and then be driven straight directly from trinityplaces.org to make a reservation at a local business, to order online, and other kinds of calls to action at the touch of a button. So this is all part of tourism recruitment, which really we also see as a collaborative effort with each of the business owners. So we're trying to encourage partnerships within the business community that we can then promote as part of the marketing package. So we're trying to get all businesses to maintain their website, to get a Facebook page, Google, online presence. And so the TOT partners are working directly with the businesses. We're also meeting quarterly. We're working on strategic planning for the future to build off of this plan and keep moving forward. We're also working on a quote unquote smoke plan. What are the attractions in Trinity that we can promote if or when faced with fire and smoke? So efficacy, how we are doing. So Upstate California, here is the website you're seeing here. This is the Shasta Cascade Wonderland Association's webpage, and Weaverville and Trinity County appear on their homepage. They're beautiful photographs. They really do an impeccable job of showing Northern California at its best. And the TOT partners have, as of this year, have 2 board members now on the Shasta Cascade Wonderland Association. And this is really geared towards global and market-based outreach, really beyond just the North State, because they have their own outreach through the Wonderland Association that supports Trinity through their global efforts around the world, including their media package that travels throughout the world promoting us. Visit Trinity and Trinity Places websites collectively provide a platform to drive visitors online from those different segments to discover Trinity and then be nurtured and decide on an actual trip plan of what they're going to do. And then at the touch of a button, be able to make reservations. So we'll keep going. This is also then taken to social media. And so we're doing cross-promotional Facebook campaigning across everybody's shared channels, which greatly increases the outreach. Our trip plans are also coordinated efforts, which really take a lot of work of just actually coordinating. What is the calendar for the year and how can we make sure that we build it out so that things aren't conflicting, but rather enhancing and supporting each other. In May 2022, our metrics show our collaborative reach altogether was 432,680 individual views. We had 40,000 views from the Visitors Guide of Upstate California and 75,000 from the North State, 2 different Visitors Guides. We have 7 partner Facebook pages, and collectively we have over 8,000 follows, over 7,000 likes, which shows the engagement is equally high. Very important metric there. We're nurturing, they're not just looking, they're actually participating in the conversation. Through our KIXE media sponsorship, 296,000 views last month, 5,000 website visits by 5 different partner pages, and we know we hit the 1,000 mark at Trinity Heritage Days. So we'll look at some work product samples. This image of the Alps here is actually was in a magazine article this last month, so beautiful. So we'll keep going. So one of our examples was the Trinity County Community Collaborative. This is kind of, again, from the boots on the ground effort to really coordinate events across the county so that we're not conflicting with the same day or the same weekend, and that we're planning multi-day excursions for people to stay overnight. And so we'll go ahead and next slide, we'll look at the summer events. This is a flyer that we did. Everything on Trinity Places has a QR code. There are matching QR codes, for example, any trailhead where you can get from Trinity Places, you can actually at the trailhead, or historical markers here in Weaverville, there are now QR codes where you can get the QR code and then look it up and learn a lot more about it. So this is just an example of one of the marketing pieces that we disseminated that shows the May, June, and July kind of main events, summer events. And as you can see, there's everything from Weaverville to Lewiston to Hayfork, and we're really trying to show multi-day excursions. So an example of an event we just did collaboratively was the Trinity Heritage Days, and this involved really all the TOT partners in its efforts, and we had record numbers of attendance because of that collaborative effort. Again, it's when we work together that we can cross promote and reach a much wider net. So Trinity is calling, and so here is another example from Trinity County's Visit Trinity website, and trinityplaces.org is in the process of becoming integrated through this website. So you found this through Google, you went to visittrinity.com, and then you can from there start actually exploring what there is to do, and you might end up on Trinity Places looking at a trip plan. So let's keep going. Some of the other collateral that we are in, the different visitors guides, we're in a lot of different visitors guides. And we have had a few different great articles recently. So all of this is our efforts with the Shasta Cascade Wonderland Association and Upstate California, and actually spending time pitching stories and collecting content and disseminating it. So when you're on the website, where to stay, you'll see that you can actually look at different businesses and explore right from the Visit Trinity website, look at which hotels you might want to stay at, and which part of the county you might want to visit, and you can right from there book rooms. We'll go ahead and keep going. So here's an example. If you're going to Lewiston, you might end up clicking on bed and breakfast, and then it would show you, all of the different options of places to stay. And we're constantly working with the business community in each neighborhood so that we can make sure that these listings are up to date and that all of the businesses are represented. If you find yourself then looking at things to do, you might have easily linked to Trinity Places, and we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. This would be the homepage, and from there you can explore a variety of trip plans based on either location, theme, or the length of your trip. And then you can actually look through the website based on those different things and find different multi-day plans. So an example of some of the first things that we started developing, and we're in the process of developing quite a bit more, but we have an arts and culture, we have exploring history, and we have outdoor adventures. And those are kind of three main categories. And right now what we're in the process of doing is multi-day trips such as these with specific itineraries. And we'll go ahead and keep going. We'll show what those look like. So an example of an itinerary is the Downtown Historical Walking Tour in Weaverville. So you would see that and you would be able to actually scroll through all of the different landmarks that you would find on the tour. And there's also SoundCloud actual like articles where people are kind of introduced to the history of Trinity and can have an interactive experience right from their phone or computer before they come and really kind of get excited about visiting it in person. And so here's an example just close up of some of the things you can click on. I mean, you can find incredible information. And again, it's about really valuable content that nurtures the visitor. It's not just, they need to have the awareness because that awareness has not been out there historically. There's interactive maps. You can actually click on landmarks. You can there's so many different ways that you can integrate with the website, and the mapping tool is one of them. All these locations also have QR codes at the location where if you're walking by, you could click on it and learn about the history of that site. Again, lodging is integrated into Trinity Places in addition to visittrinity.com. So it doesn't matter which way you find us online, you can decide to stay and you can book a room right there. So we'll keep going. And so as you can see, here's some examples of places you could stay, and you can click right on book now or reserve now and go directly to at the click of a button. And it's just an example of the beautiful design and imagery. And again, it's all about the marketing and branding of how we want Trinity to look to the world. Okay. And again, interactive mapping, so important. You can go into any neighborhood and you can click on places to eat, places to stay, and then you can find more information about that business, get directions, go to their website and make plans. We're also continually trying to capture more people onto our email list. And so we all have those tools integrated. All of this website upgrading into the modern day and age really was because of the TOT funds and partnership. So this is the Weaverville Chamber of Commerce, beautiful website showing their events, and also again, cross collaboration, Lewiston Peddlers Fair on the Weaverville Chamber of Commerce website. Everything cross collaborated, promoted by everybody. We also encourage people to get involved. This is a Hayfork Chamber of Commerce website homepage. And so they're also building out their interactive tools, and we're working on content, especially for Hayfork. There was not a lot of content for visitors about what to do when they're there. So we're really trying to boost that. Beautiful picture of everybody in Hayfork gathered for Thanksgiving dinner. These are the kinds of images of Trinity County that, show how special we are. So again, just kind of awareness to the world of what we're all about. And again, upstate California, global reach through them. That's really been impactful. And here's an article that was featured in Visit California in the 10 Unexpected Wonders in California. And we can go on Trinity Alps, Trinity Center, really beautiful coverage that we've been receiving. And that's again, cross-collaborative effort. So thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
First of all, congratulations. I know it's been at least 2 years in the process of working those itineraries together and really getting all that modernized with updated photos. That's a big accomplishment. So kudos to that. And I guess my question is, I've always been curious how does not Visit California play into this? And Visit California, as I was told as a supervisor, was a free resource for the county to participate in. And then they also have funding options, I think, for more exposure, maybe, but it was always hard for me to get clarity on that. And when you look at Trinity County, a couple of years ago, nothing would pop up when you search Visit California for Trinity County. And now it takes you to a nice webpage that has a lot of the links, including the link to Shasta Cascade Wonderland. And so I'm just kind of curious how they're connected and how they're not connected, and what our role is with Visit California.
That's a really good question. And I've been with the Arts Council for a short time, and that was one of my first experiences of discovery of that process. So if any of the other partners want to chime in, please feel free if I'm not covering everything. But that relationship is really integrated, and they each have their own entity. And so basically what you said is correct. The Shasta Cascade Wonderland Association, what that membership does is make sure we do pop up, like the back end of the Google metrics that they're using for what pops up or doesn't when people search. And before, it was like you couldn't find us, like you're saying. So the Shasta Cascade Wonderland Association membership is part of that back end technology that makes sure our businesses are on Google so that they can pop up, and that we're doing the correct kind of back end tech to support us being up at the top of the list on Google. So that membership with the Wonderland Association is what's helping support the back end of our Google Analytics for Trinity County. Then Visit is really about supporting tourism and rural economic development. So they their umbrella is beyond just the marketing portion of it. It's kind of the rural economic development umbrella is a little bit more of a bigger thing than just what's happening online or what our marketing reach is. It's actually looking at tourism on a little bit bigger, broader scope. So there's different opportunities beyond that. But as you can see, they go hand in hand, because before we took those steps with our Google Analytics and kind of got ourselves into the 21st century, we weren't even on the map. We weren't even popping up, like you said.
Cool. Thank you, Carla.
Yes.
Carla, not just congratulations, but applause from me. I pulled up on my calendar while you were speaking really quick, and you don't remember probably the dates of June 28th and July 26th of 2021, but Jill Richards and others in the room do, when about 10 of us sat here and had what I would consider a difficult conversation over TOT dollars and return on investment. And some people really got motivated and excited and said, no, we can pull together and we can do this. And the list of things that you have done, I'm absolutely overwhelmed. And so I am so proud of all of you. This is amazing. I love the online presence, things that we threw out as like ideas. Wouldn't it be nice if? And you have achieved them. I'm so amazed. I'm excited about where this is going to go, and not just the quality, but your quantitative output. I love stats and numbers. My question to you would be, is trinityplaces.org where you start? How you're going to link to other places as you go through and to individual sites. Where do you begin?
So when you're thinking about that funnel of we're trying to catch people in, they could end up at trinityplaces.org as their beginning point, or they could end up at Visit Trinity as their beginning point. And it might depend on what they searched for. Are they looking for an event? Are they looking, where did they start looking? And that would funnel them in either through events or things to do, or maybe, or through outdoor adventure, and they could end up at either of those sites. And so what we're trying to do is have kind of there's more than one. It seems weird to be like, there's more than one Trinity website, but they actually having the more than one creates that bigger net. And people could end up at either one depending on where they began, but both of them work as good starting places. And they also integrate to each other so that you could end up starting on one and going to the other as you got into more specific content, as you delved into your interests or into a specific neighborhood that you're looking to visit, then that would take you down a path that could end up at either of them. But then at the end of either road, there's a button to book now, or there's some sort of call to action on the, to go ahead and move forward with your plans. So they actually work in collaboration with each other.
And thank you. And one more quick question. What's the next, what's the next dream? What's the bigger vision?
Well, as much as we've accomplished, and I have to say this is an incredible group of people and really strong leaders. And so I think there's a lot more potential here. But I think it's also been great for us to be able to get boots on the ground to our business community and liaison directly with businesses. I think that's been really important. I think we need to just keep going with that, because we have businesses that are still, after COVID, coming back online. They don't have stuff up to date. It's been a long road to get back to here. And how can we support them to get all their content up to date? Content is so hard because it takes an incredible amount of capacity to do it well. And so really there's not still enough content. We would like to do multi-day plans for every part of the county, and we're not all the way there yet. We also want to do more work on the events calendar being coordinated for the whole season, so that really you can really feel like there's so much going on here. So when you're a visitor, you feel like, wow, there's so many things to do, and which month do I want to go? It's gonna be so hard to choose. So the goal is really just a lot more content. It is really quality content. So it takes capacity, and so there's more to do still with that. But I mean, that's kind of the next steps, I think.
It's huge. And I didn't mean to minimize what you've done by asking what's next. It's just fun to know what you're dreaming about. So thank you to you, to everybody who's in the room and those who aren't in the room watching. It's amazing where the ideas came to fruition with all of this. It's just been an incredible journey.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. That was a very well done presentation, and to everybody involved in that. And I do want to say that I mimic Supervisors Cox's feelings of how different this is from not very long ago. But compared to where we were 7 years ago when I took office, this is going from 1940 to the 21st century. And I don't mean that lightly. I mean, that really was the feel when I first approached the chamber 10 years ago. I asked for a mailing list from the chamber for all the people, and they said, oh, we don't even keep those. We just had no presence of what they would get is people would throw business cards in their thing, and then would mail them something, and that was that. So this is all that I thought could be, and congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I do just want to make a couple of comments about in your thinkings. I know this is kind of a big general picture, and I'm going to say some specifics that we really do need to somehow, with the fire, and you had that in as part of this, is to try to increase tourism in May and June and maybe October,
Right.
because August for the near future is going to be a lost cause in this county. And that goes into September also. And traditionally, June has always been kind of a secret month here because people come from Memorial Day and then just people wait till July. So I think that's somehow focusing on those activities. And I know the problem with advertising for July is we're already booked, right? There's no more, you can only sell so many hotel rooms, right?
Right.
So we need to spread that time out.
Mhm.
And just on a personal note, I had brought this to chamber years ago. I ship a lot of, not a lot, but a significant amount of product out of the area. Any information that you would like me to put in my boxes to ship out is and just the sheet with like the QR codes.
Mhm.
So people in any production business that ships stuff out, I think that
Mhm.
would be a good idea.
That's great.
You know, I'm talking maybe I ship 200 or 300 a year, but still that's an asset.
Mhm.
And then for the political tough question for you, and you don't have to answer it today, but this board has discussed reliving another election for a TOT increase. The last time that I was involved in it, the chamber didn't officially oppose it, but they did. Many of their members were aggressively against it. And so I guess I'm not asking you for an answer again, but I would like you guys to mull that around and come back and to the board or individuals on the board that are looking to do that and say, you know, we're all gung ho in, we don't want to deal with it, or we're opposed to it. Because obviously the more TOT dollars that come in are the more TOT dollars that can go out.
Mhm.
So I guess there wasn't one question in there that you can answer, but thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you. That was an incredible presentation. So thank you, and we'll hear from you in the future.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Does anybody need a break before we jump into item 1.2? All right. Planning and zoning, item 1.2, receive a presentation from Mintier Harnish LP regarding the comprehensive update to the Trinity County General Plan.
Good morning, Board, Chairman. Thank you for allowing us to bring our consultants on and give a nice little presentation about the comprehensive review and update that's going to be happening with our general plan. Speaking of moving into the 21st century and helping things move along in a positive way, I would like to introduce Skylar Fisher, our sole planner right now until we get any others hired on, which will hopefully be in the near future. Skylar? And she will do the rest of the introductions here. I really appreciate your time and thank you.
Hello, I'm Skylar Fisher, Associate Planner with the Trinity County Plan Department. Before I started, I was wondering if I could hand off this USB drive and this clicker USB for the presentation. Okay. I just wanted to spend like a brief moment introducing our wonderful general plan consultants who are in the audience today. We are joined by Minter and Harnish and our sub-consultant groups who are focusing on the different elements of the general plan to make sure that we have a very comprehensive, thorough, and amazing general plan update going forward into planning the future of Trinity County. We have been trying to do this general plan update for a few years now. We keep trying to do this kickoff. And let me say, we will not be stopped by fire, pandemic, or anything. We are going forward with this general plan update. We have people, calling us, emailing our office, coming in person saying, we need to update our zoning ordinance. We need to update our general plan. Like things need to be happening. Like Ed said, we need to bring ourselves into 21st century. So I am really happy to introduce Brent, who will be leading the presentation today about kind of this kickoff we have of the general plan and what we've done so far and how we plan to kind of develop this general plan update and what all the steps will be there. Thank you so much. Yes.
Good morning, board. Good to be with you. If you remember, we were here last April and we gave a brief introduction to our team, and then we're given a tour of the county, and a whole host of things happened since then, fire, pandemic, and now we're back again and happy to be in Trinity County to get this process started. I'll wait until we get the presentation going. Perfect. And let's see if the clicker works. Well, good morning to all of you. My name is Brent Gibbons. I am the project manager for this effort. I work at Mintier Harnish. We're a planning consulting firm based out of the city of Sacramento. As part of our Mintier Harnish team here today, we have Jim Harnish. He is the principal and owner of Mintier Harnish. And we have Michael Gibbons. We do share the same parents, so we're a good team. And he's our assistant project manager for this effort. Just a little background, Mintier Harnish was established in 1985. Planning consulting firm. We do general plans, zoning updates, housing elements, which is very popular right now. The county's already gone through that effort. And then we also do one-off, so community plans and design guidelines. Our bread and butter is general plans. So we've worked throughout the state of California, and we're the #1 leading firm on county general plans. So this is right up our alley. And on the map there, you can see all the locations that we have been or are currently serving. So even though we're a small and nimble office, there's a greater team behind us. I like to call them our teaming partners. We collaborate on lots of projects. The team you see on your screen here has worked together over the last 15 years. So it's a great collaborative effort between all of us. We have Della and Brittany with Rincon. They'll explain a little bit what they're doing later on. Doug Svensson with applied AD or Applied Development Economics. We have Ethan with Dynamic Planning and Science. And with Green Dot, Jeff is on the screen, but we have Nathaniel with us this morning. And there's 2 members that are not here today, but I'll explain their roles as we go through the process. That's Martha Miller with Miller Planning Associates. She focuses on zoning. And then Brett Keast, who is our ENCODE designer. So I like topics, I like agendas. I think it helps keep us focused and moved through a process and even a presentation of this sort. So I'd like to first go over what the general plan is, what the zoning ordinance is, and then have each of our teaming partners explain their role and their specialties as part of this project and how it's going to benefit the process and then benefit the county in the end. We'll walk through the project process, touch on community engagement. That's a pillar of this effort. And then I'll hand it back to the chair for board discussion, any questions that you may have. And if there are any public comments, then we'll round it out from there. There we go. So what is a general plan? I get this question a lot, and it's very vague when explaining to the layperson, but think of a general plan as a framework. It is the guiding document or a blueprint for a city, a town, or a county. The state of California mandates that every jurisdiction have a general plan, and the general plan typically guides long-term growth. It includes goals, policies, and eventual programs that you as the board help implement for future use. This general plan is looking out, I know it sounds weird to say, but 2050. So it's looking out approximately 26 years from now. And we're looking toward future implementation of land use, mobility, and environmental considerations linked to safety. Think of a general plan as a guidebook that includes a series of chapters, or what we like to call elements. And within each of those elements are those goals and those policies that help facilitate future implementation. I'll walk through what each of those are as we continue through this process. But in the end, the general plan really needs to facilitate the community's vision for the future. I can understand Trinity County on a data level or a technical level, but we really need the help of the community, the Planning Commission, and the board to help give us that on the street, or as we heard in the last presentation, boots on the ground perspective. This is probably one of my favorite diagrams that we have. I think it explains a general plan in a very simplistic way. Think of it as the foundation, it's the base. From there, you have a zoning ordinance, which we'll touch on, that implements your general plan. So it actually takes the policy and puts in development standards and uses, and we heard about that in the last presentation. From there, a zoning implements your subdivision. That's the division of land for future development. And then we end up with planning counter with Skylar, and that's your building permits. These plans are long range. They last 20 to 25 years. The last time that the county did a comprehensive plan was way before my time. So this is actually perfect timing to pull all these together. I have a slide which shows each of the different elements of your general plan the last time they were updated. And for some of you, you might be familiar with that. With others, it might shock you how old some of these elements are. So the general plan guidelines put out by the state of California requires that you hit some mandatory topics. I have them listed here, everything from land use circulation, conservation and open space, and so forth. Now, the state mandates that these are all touched on, but you do not have to have specific chapters for each of these. They can be intermingled within each, you can collapse them. So as part of the update, we're going to ensure that your general plan is fully compliant with state law. So that limits any litigation. All of these topics will be covered, but the order that they're covered is still up for negotiation. So that's working with your county planning staff, planning commission, and the board to determine the best layout for your plan moving forward that meets the county's expectations. Everyone's favorite topic, state law. So I'm not going to walk through all the state law because that would be your entire morning and afternoon. It almost feels like the state of California is pumping out new laws on a daily basis. Don't shoot me, I'm the messenger. I don't write them, but I'm here just to make sure that you guys are compliant with them moving forward. This is just a host of larger topics from environmental justice, tribal consultation, wildfire and flooding, very pertinent here in the county. Lots of new state laws regarding safety and wildfire implementation. And Ethan will touch on those as well. But we'll walk through each of these through this process and ensure that all of them are met within your general plan and are compliant. This also links back to your environmental impact report that looks at mitigation for potential impacts from any aspects of the plan. So the big question is why? Why update it? Well, right now, many of your elements are quite dated. They do not reflect 2022. They do not reflect state law, and that's an issue. So we want to make sure that you are legally compliant across the board. Also, Trinity County has changed since 1973, which was your last element. We want to bring that up to date and reflect what's on the ground today and what are the future aspirations moving forward. When we first signed on to this project, one of the big pieces that the county was looking for was for participatory community engagement. And that's key. As I mentioned, our team can understand the county on a data level, but we don't live here. So it's important that we connect with community members. And it's a vast county on top of it. So it's not just Weaverville. So we're here, but there's all the different districts, all the different communities that we need to make sure we have outreach to and pull into this process. So throughout this effort, there is a lot of engagement, a lot of workshops, a lot of outreach, and actually there's a community workshop tonight I'll touch on, but I'll walk through all the engagement pieces later in this process. Also through this effort, we want to look back at your existing goals and policies. Even though some of those elements are old, some might still be relevant. We want to carry those forward. So where there's success, we want to build on them. Where things have been completed or are no longer necessary to keep, we want to remove them. And in the end, you want an innovative plan. So I keep hearing 21st century, update, update, update. That's a key part of this process. We want the plan to be easy to use, easy to understand, easy to implement. We don't want planning jargon. We use a ton of abbreviations, a lot of legalese. Remove that. Every person in the county should be able to read the plan, understand it, and know how the board is acting on it. Here's just a host of topics that'll be part of the update that we'll focus on, especially tying back to the last presentation. There will be economic development and a fiscal aspect piece, because we want to make sure that what is proposed as part of this plan is actually implementable and that it is financially feasible in the end. Plans are great, but it's not supposed to sit on a shelf for the next 30 years either. So here are your existing elements. That's actually a photo of one. It was fun reading it and having to retype it. I think it was done on a typewriter. We're looking back, 1973 is the oldest. The latest one was 2020, and that's your housing element. Housing elements are done on a separate cycle mandated by the state. Housing element was done in 2020. The rest of the elements were done early 2000s and late 90s. So this is the first time that we're actually taking all of this comprehensively and updating it. And as part of this effort, we will expand on these elements. So we'll maintain the structure, but add some additional ones as we move forward. So when we look at a general plan, I like to look at it in an 8-step process. Everything from a diagnosis. So that's what we're doing now, reviewing all your existing documents, your municipal code, your ordinances, other community plans which you do have, and other ones which maybe did not get through an adoption process, but are in some form, and any way that we can carry those forward and implement them. That's where we start with what I like to call a general plan audit. Now that general plan audit, you can thank your planning staff for working on that. It is hundreds of pages. That general plan audit includes all of your existing policies, goals, and programs. And what happens through that is county staff and all departments evaluate each of those and note which ones to carry forward, which ones to remove, which ones need clarification and modification. I would say that's one of the most important steps in this process at the beginning, because that allows us to get a good framework of what's going to continue forward and what's not. We move up forward to research and analysis. This includes a background report, which is currently in process right now. The background report is a snapshot of Trinity County in 2021, when we started, in 2022. This will serve as the framework for existing policies moving forward, and eventually the setting for the environmental impact report, which is critical. That background report I would expect to be out late summer. It's going to be quite a large document, but I think you'll find it interesting. A lot of information, a lot of data, as you had mentioned, that the public might not know. So fascinating information will come out of that. 3 and 4 is where we really start to hammer out more engagement. So we start to talk about issues and opportunities. What are the issues facing the county? How could they be resolved? But more, even though everyone can highlight a problem, we like to highlight assets. There are so many assets here that we need to capitalize on. And we like the public's help to provide what they think those are and how we can boost opportunities from them. That'll eventually lead us to a vision statement. Vision statement is looking toward to the future, something aspirational that'll help guide the document, and a set of guiding principles as well. Number 5, that's evaluation. We'll do a land use and policy alternative analysis. Now for a county, it's a little different than a city. In a city, we'll look parcel by parcel and evaluate all the different land uses. But a majority of the county is not developed, and that is not an efficient way to take a look at this. So what we'll do is we'll analyze the different local communities, see if there is any proposed or potential change that community members would like to see, or the board and planning commission would like to put forward for evaluation, and run through that process. In the end, that'll produce a new land use diagram and land use map for the county that'll look out to 2050. Then we get into the action, the formation of goals, policies, and programs. That's the teeth. We'll analyze it. And what we all hope for in the end, number 8, is a successful adoption, which is years away, but we'll get there. Here's just a picture of the general plan audit. This kind of gives you a taste. This is just a quarter of a page of lots of pages. So this is what county staff is currently going through right now, monitoring each of these items and evaluating them. So it's very important that we have this step up front. You can see there's columns for, is it completed? Should we remove it? Edit for clarity, modification, and any other notes. Through this process, what you will find is that we actually shift a lot of goals and policies around. So this is great for tracking purposes. I've been at board meetings at the end of the process where they go, well, what about goal 3.8.1? Where did that go? And you're like, okay, well, let's look back through the audit. That now moved to X chapter, X section. So this is great to carry through the process just for knowing what items were kept and what items were removed. Touched on environmental assessment, the 2021 CEQA statute and guidelines. Rincon, our environmental firm, will follow this and create a streamlined EIR that is hopefully self-mitigating. An environmental impact report is required for all projects like this. It's looking at potential substantial impacts that could arise from this, whether it's transportation related or development related. So that happens towards the end of the process. And this is not just a general plan. This also includes a zoning ordinance. So there will be a web-based portion to this effort, which I'll touch on in later slides. Actually, no, I'll touch on it now. So the web-based portion, what we're finding is that when you have a general plan and it's a large document, lots of paper, no one really looks at it. And when you start to flip through it, you glaze over. I do this for a living and I get glazed over when I start to read this stuff sometimes. So what we're doing with the county is pulling together a digital online web-based version of both your general plan and your zoning ordinance. fully searchable. So you could type in, for example, we heard Airbnbs earlier. Airbnbs, it'll take you straight to the municipal code, straight to the zoning code, tell you all the regulations, where the zones are and what are the general plan designations tied to it. That's really important because it's A to Z quick. Also, it allows you to link certain goals and policies throughout the process. It allows the public to track the implementation of programs that the board implements. So there's a lot of features tied to this. It makes it fully interactive, can get changed into 50+ languages. So everybody can access this at all times. It's fully responsive, has e-reader capabilities and archiving. So as you start to edit your general plan through general plan amendments over the years, you'll have an archiving history dating back to when we started this process. These are just some images of other examples of other web-based general plans and zoning ordinances that ENCODE has done. ENCODE is based out of Houston, Texas. 2 of our staff at Mintier Harnish are certified with them and have gone through their training several times. They're a great team to work with. Brett Keast, who is not here, is the managing principal who will be in charge of this portion of the process. But this just gives you an idea of how it has its own separate website and everything is linked together. This also allows us to link other county departments, other county web pages to this. So for example, if there's a portion in the zoning code that talks about tourism, how timely with our last presentation, you can actually link to each of those tourism links from your code. So it's fully integrated. Here's an example of municipal code. This is one that we did for Merced County. And this just shows the different tables and different ways that you can cross-reference everything. You can hover over words, it gives you the definition on the spot, no having to search for that glossary at the end. So at this part of the presentation, I'm going to take a breather and allow you to listen to some others from our team before I come back. But I like to have each of our teaming partners give just a brief on who they are and then what their role is on the project. Those you see in the room, you'll get very familiar with us over the next few years. So I'm going to invite first up Doug Svensson, and he'll introduce ADE and what he is doing on the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. I'm Doug Svensson, President of Applied Development Economics. Pleasure to be here with you, Chairman Fraser and members of the board. My firm will be focused on economic development, and a big focus of that will be opportunities to create jobs in Trinity County. Obviously, tourism will be a big part of that, but we'll also be looking for other opportunities, maybe related to forest management or other kinds of business opportunities in the county. We'll be doing some specific market analysis for key sites that may have development potential or redevelopment potential so that the county can see what the conditions would be necessary to see development occur over time in some of those key locations. And then as Brent mentioned, part of our work is to do a fiscal analysis of land uses and land use alternatives so that we understand what the impact of growth and development will be on the county budget and on the cost of services and the tax base, so that when we're done with a preferred land use plan for the county, we can feel confident that that will support prosperity for county services as well as the private sector throughout the county. And then we'll wrap all that up into policies and programs that support economic development and work with the land use element and the circulation element to support economic prosperity in the county. So that's just a brief overview. We look forward to your questions and discussions as we go along. Thank you.
Hello, board members. I'm Ethan Mobley. I'm the owner of Dynamic Planning Plus Science. I'll be working on the health and safety element. We have quite a bit of background in this area. We're working in Shasta Lake right now. We're just finishing their general plan and analyzing a lot of the risks that are in the area, similar to Trinity County. It's a very scary area to live in. It's even probably scarier to be a planner in the area trying to plan for future development in very high risk areas. And so I'll help the planning department and community development department to make sure that we plan appropriately for the risks that are there now, but also in the future as we expect to continue with climate change risks. As we adapt to those risks, we need to make sure that we address that in the general plan health and safety element. Next slide. There's very important legislation, as Brent alluded to. There's a lot of things that have changed since 1993 or 1973 to 2014. There's been a lot of legislation that has changed as you see some of these wildfires that have occurred, Santa Rosa, the Camp Fire. They respond to those fires as far as legislation is concerned. And so that rolls down to the county. So what does that mean for you guys? We have to analyze the communities a little bit different now. We have to look at evacuation. We have to look at risk as a community, but also in individual neighborhoods as well. So CAL FIRE has been heavily involved with that legislation and review of those plans. So we'll be working with CAL FIRE pretty closely as we come to fruition with this plan. And also climate change and adaptation. Rincon Associates will be working on those components, but we'll be working closely together to make sure that we tie their health and safety to climate adaptation as well. So we have I could spend all day again on this, but I want to make sure that we keep it brief. But you're in good hands. We do a lot of this type of work. We're doing work up and down Northern California, City of Benicia, Shasta Lake, etc. So yeah, you're in good hands, and I'm looking forward to updating the mapping and making sure that we get into the 21st century. So when you're at the planning desk and you're drilling down and you're trying to understand the risks as a developer or as a community member, it matches the general plan. So sometimes we're way ahead on the GIS, and then the general plan doesn't match the GIS layers. And so I want to really make sure that we map appropriately and make sure that we tie those two together and get into the 21st century as well. Thank you.
Hello, board. Thank you for having me today. I'm Nathaniel Redmond, and I'm a senior transportation planner with Green Dot Transportation Solutions. We are based out of Chico, California, and we also do a lot of work in rural communities in Northern California. We are currently working with you guys to do your RTP update, your regional transportation plan. And we're really excited to be working with Mintier Harnish and our partners on the circulation element for the general plan update. So a lot has happened since 20 years of circulation and transportation in the world. My partners have been mentioning, you know, the world is changing and general plan really needs to be updated. People love talking about transportation technology and improvements, and a lot has happened that we need to include in this update. So we're going to work closely with the land use element because land use and circulation are just tied together inherently. So we will be working to compile all the information of the county, and as Brent mentioned, we're completing the existing conditions report and using all this information to also help our partners do the EIR, the environmental report later on. But we are here basically to just help you guys, you know, talk to the community about what problems and what things the community wants to see in transportation improvements in the next, you know, 20, 25 years, and, you know, what laws have changed. We have different regulations in California around mitigation, around environmental mitigations. So we are looking at vehicle mile traveled a lot more closely than we did in the past, and how transportation impacts the built environment. So we're looking at how people travel, how they can better be connected with their communities, and how we can, if possible, reduce the dependence on the automobile in even an area like this. So we're really excited to be a very integral partner in this update, and transportation is a hot topic in the world, and we really want to hear what your community has to say and bring your general plan into the 21st century. Thank you.
Hello, board. I am Della Acosta. I'm the project manager for Rincon Consultants, and we will be focusing on the natural resources, cultural and tribal resources, and the technical analyses associated with those topics for the general plan. We will also be ensuring that you're meeting your consultation requirements for tribal and cultural governments, tribal governments. And the theme of the day has definitely been that the best practices, the state requirements, the world has changed quite a bit. So I won't continue to pound that, but we will also be ensuring that you're meeting all of those best practices and requirements when it comes to climate change, greenhouse gas emissions, and climate adaptation. As Ethan mentioned, we will be working very closely with his team on the climate change adaptation and hazards moving into the future to make sure your plan is addressing all of those things. For Trinity County, we'll also be doing the climate change vulnerability assessment to meet the SB 379 requirements. That will be quite a hefty document for you guys, but it'll hopefully bring a lot of information your way. For the general plan itself, we'll be working on the conservation, open space, and noise elements. And then the most exciting part of the project, of course, we'll be doing your CEQA. So we're be making sure that it is legally defensible, of course, that the plan is self-mitigating, that it meets all of the new requirements for the CEQA guidelines. And we're really looking forward to working with you throughout the whole project. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. So I just want to touch on the zoning portion of this effort. So we've been talking about general plan, general plan, general plan. Now there is a zoning component of this process. I do want to point out that our office has worked on over 24 plus zoning codes all over the state. And I just want to make sure that we all know that Trinity County is not the Bay Area. Trinity County is not the Central Valley, and Trinity County is not Southern California. So I just want to make sure that we're all aware of that as we start to look at zoning regulations and what is unique to this area. And I highlight that because our group has worked on zoning codes for a whole set of rural counties which face similar issues and opportunities to Trinity. A few of them are mentioned here on the screen: Kern, Sierra, Madera, Mariposa, Merced. So we come equipped with being able to understand the regulations for rural areas and how we can implement those as part of this effort. The zoning ordinance update is split into two parts. So one part will be done at the beginning of the project. We're actually working on that now. The second part will follow the general plan update. So the first one are zoning amendments. These are technical amendments. These are to address state law changes that are currently not in your municipal code or zoning ordinance at this point. In order to be legally compliant, we need to make sure that those are in at the front end. That includes everything from ADUs, objective design standards to meet state requirements, density bonus and affordable housing provisions. That's also linked to your 2020 housing element update, wireless telecommunications, and a lot more. We've had a chance to read through the zoning ordinance. We can see areas that need some updating, so there's a lot of highlighting. And just so you're aware, all of those technical updates will come back before the Planning Commission and the board for your approval and then adoption of those as we move forward. The second part, that's the comprehensive update. So once you update a general plan, everything else, as in that pyramid, has to fall down the line with it. So we need to make sure that your zoning is now compliant with your designations and so forth. Development standards have changed over the last 25 plus years too. So we want to make sure that any development that comes in reflects that and then meets your expectations for what you want to see in each of these unique communities. So through that, we'll do a consistency update with the 2050 general plan, review all your zoning designations, update their purpose statements so they reflect the general plan. And then in the end, we'll do a web-based zoning ordinance, as well as take a pass at all of your administrative provisions just to make sure they're working properly. Anywhere where we can streamline, and that'll be based on your recommendation, we will. So as part of this, we like to modernize your municipal code and your zoning ordinance. Right now, it is a bit tough to read. It is hard to follow. So the new format that we're seeing now as part of best practices includes tabular formats where you can compare each of the zones, each of the uses. And here's an example on the screen. This table is actually from the city of Santa Clara. Each of the residential zones runs along the top, uses down the far left-hand side, and then each of the permit requirements. What's nice about this is you can easily locate the use, and you can see how that use is varied by permit for each of these zones. The far right column then includes additional regulations where, let's say, ADUs require certain septic requirements. That chapter or section number will be located at the end, so you know, okay, it's flagged. I have to go locate that next section. But I will say, in a digital format, you would just click on it and it would take you straight there. So as part of the process, the general plan audit, we'll do it again, but we'll do it for a zoning ordinance this time. So it'll be very in-depth. County staff will work through that process. We'll come back to you, the board, to get your feedback and expectations on what needs to be changed and modified and updated. We will do a complete reformatting and outline of the code, and we'll work with your codifier to ensure that they work together. We can come up with some interesting styles, but if the codifier can't do that, we've got an issue. We'll revisit your zoning district provisions, administrative provisions, and then in the end, just like with the general plan, you get a new general plan map, you get an updated zoning map to go with it. These are just illustrative examples of the types of codes that we do and how they start to look. Visual representation is key. I always find I can tell, I've worked behind the counter, by the way, so I know the pitfalls of zoning and development and permits. So if you tell somebody, oh, your setback is 10 feet, and you usually get a blank stare back. It's great to have a visual example that shows this is a setback, this is the front, this is your height, this is your fence line. So as part of this, codes are moving in a more graphical format. So we're gonna pull that in as part of this. And on the next slide, these are just illustrative examples. These are not representative of Trinity County. This just shows of where it's going. So actually the top on my side, top left-hand corner, that's from South Lake Tahoe, was getting into bear enclosures for trash cans, more urban environments. The bottom right-hand corner, from my perspective, motorcycle parking, starts to show a parking lot layouts, tree wells, parking spaces, building heights, and so forth. So the code will have all these graphics spread throughout. And I think it'll make it easier, not only for planning staff who's approving projects, planning commission, and eventually the board. We're going to walk through the project process. So this project includes several phases, and they're outlined here, starting with project initiation. So we're currently in that green bubble. Project initiation actually started last year when we had our county tour, and the project was put on hold just due to unforeseen circumstances, but we're back again. So as part of this, we have our presentation today. There's a newsletter number 1, which has been posted on the website I'll talk about in a moment, and that'll be available also at the planning counter. Phase 2, that includes your zoning ordinance amendments. That's your first phase where we just look at technical updates for legal compliance. Phase 3, we're starting to get our way into phase 3. That's the existing conditions and trends. I talked about a background report in the beginning and the diagnosis. That's something that will be available for the public to review later this summer. After that, I would say toward the fall timeframe, we're going to look at community vision. That's going to get tied to some other engagement events, including the Trinity County Fair, which is next month. Early next year, into the spring, we'll start alternative choices. That's where we look at land use and policy alternatives and how those can get fit into the plan. I would expect that to last a few months. That's quite a big effort, and we want to make sure that we are able to capture everyone's opinions from all the different supervisorial districts. So as part of that, there's a lot of workshops that are planned in this effort. Phase 6, that's the meat of the document. We like to call it the policy document. That's your goals, policies, and programs. So all those different elements that I laid out earlier. Following that is a zoning ordinance update, phase 2. That's where we do a comprehensive update to your zoning ordinance to reflect the general plan. As Della had mentioned, the best part, CEQA, that's number 8, that's your EIR. And then we always hope for the adoption. That's number 9. You'll notice that there's an orange arrow that runs through and a purple arrow. The purple arrow is community engagement. That spans the entire project. So community engagement essentially starts now. So we have our board meeting. This is part of the public process, all the way to the adoption hearing, which is public process. Sprinkled throughout, there'll be a lot more events that the community can participate in and weigh in on expectations for this plan. The orange, that's our TAC meetings. I'll explain those a little more. Those are carried out all the way through the zoning ordinance update. That's where they cease at that point when we get into the EIR. So community engagement, that was a pillar of this project and will continue to be. There's many facets to this. First, we always like to brand a project. So we should be recognizable throughout, not just as the individuals, but the process itself. So we start with a logo. This is the logo for the project, Trinity County General Plan 2050. It's actually based off the photo behind it, which was one of our staff members that was up at the Trinity Alps a few years ago hiking and took that photo, and that's where the inspiration came from. This logo will be on everything. It'll be on every board, every poster. We have t-shirts, the website. It'll be linked to all the different social media networks we're working with the county on. So when you see this logo, it means general plan, and we want to drill that in and make it recognizable. We also have business cards. They're shown here on the screen. County planning staff has them for the board. These are great. These are easy to hand out, and they also include the logo on the front. The back gives a brief of what the general plan is. There's a QR code. Scan that, takes you straight to the general plan website. So we have a general plan website. It's trinity2050.com. This is the hub for the project. Anything that's going on related to community events, related to deliverables being posted for community review is going to be here. Through this process, we would like everyone to remember this because this is going to be your link and your connection to the update. This update will last probably 3 to 4 years at a minimum. So I want to make sure that everyone knows Trinity 2050, simple. As part of this website too, there is on the far left-hand side or right-hand side, I should say, there are 2 boxes. One's orange, one's green. The orange box is one where you can sign up for email notifications. So there's an e-blast system set up. Anybody that puts their name and email in goes directly to my inbox. I was sitting in the back of the room during the first presentation and received 4 pings. So people are signing up. And once you sign up for that, throughout this process, for this meeting, an e-blast went out. For the community workshop tonight, a notification, I like to call an e-blast, went out, notifying where it is, what we're going to be doing, and then links to the website. This will run throughout the entire project, and then once it's complete, those notifications will stop. Then there's my favorite box, the green one. This one's the comment box. Comments come in regularly. I invite everybody to submit their opinions. I do get questions quite regularly asking, where do those comments actually go? And I'll say, to my watch, to my laptop, and to my phone. You'd be surprised, I do get comments at 2 in the morning. The phone will vibrate and it's like, oh, someone's really interested in mobility. They're awake. So we do get those comments. We work closely with your staff to reply to them as quickly as possible. Some of the questions we get are a bit in depth, so they will need a larger response. So any community members that are listening, we will respond, just may take a little bit, so just be patient with us. Here's the email blasts. These go out via the notification if you sign up. This is a poster that was sent out advertising the community workshop that actually is tonight. Series of newsletters. These will be available throughout the project. I believe we have 4 or 5. The first one is already available on the website. There are hard copies that we'll hand out tonight at the workshop. The planning counter also has those as well. This first newsletter is actually a really good one. It's an overview of the process. So when you open it up, it actually has the timeline of the entire project, explains all the different phases. This will be available throughout. It really gives you a snapshot of why we're here working with the county and how each individual can make a stand as part of this project. It's important to also get media out. So we work with all media outlets. If there are any other media outlets that the board feels we should reach out to, open to suggestions. The more outreach, the better. But we are linked up to social media as well. We've been working with your planning staff to advertise actually the meeting tonight. So workshops, there are dozens of workshops and pop-up events planned as part of this. As you can imagine, we want to make sure that we cover the county. So there are workshops planned for each supervisorial district on each of the topics. So no one feels left out. Everyone hears the same thing. Consistent message is key throughout this. So we have these planned, everything from the vision, issues and opportunities, the policies, and especially when we start to get into the granular level detail of the zoning ordinance. So these will happen throughout the project. Just like with the e-blast notifications, when one of these comes up, a notice will go out, and we'll also work on advertising with county staff. We like to do pop-up events as well. What we're finding through planning today is we can always set up a workshop. For instance, tonight's at the TPAC, but we're asking people to come to us. That's a bit harder to do. Everyone has busy lives, and asking people to come to us is a little more difficult. And what we're finding is it's easier to actually go to citizens in their respective locations. So you'll find that sometimes we won't have traditional style workshops. We'll actually show up at a coffee shop, show up at a grocery store in each of the different community locations. So we do some innovative things that are a bit different, not your typical I stand and preach to you moment. And then actually here's a flyer for the workshop this evening. And here's another flyer. So we'll actually be at the fair this year. We were planning on being there last year, but due to the fire and lovely COVID, that kind of fell apart. But we're booked this year. We got double booth, be there the entire time. I would like to just start to advertise that. The fair is going to have different exercises and activities than the workshop tonight. And it's all about getting additional feedback. So workshop tonight is obviously here in Weaverville, the fair's over in Hayfork. So we're already starting to get different locations. And at the fair, you're going to get a completely different crowd. And that's what's important. Workshops tend to get the same individuals that show. At the fair, you're going to get families. And with families, you get parents and then you get their kids. So we have prizes for kids, which pull in the parents. We know it. We know how to do this. And I think it's just great. You get a lot more feedback that is more multi-generational, which I think is really important as part of this effort, because by 2050, it's going to be those kids that are stopping by the booth that are the working individuals that are here living with their families, hopefully. So that's part of the goal. And then last, we have our technical advisory meetings. So this is the TAC. These are 5 or 6 select groups focused on specialty areas. We're working with county staff to identify individuals who are knowledgeable in those areas, who will serve advisory to the Planning Commission and to the board. So whenever a deliverable comes out, they'll review it first, provide their feedback. So it's more streamlined once it gets to your desk. And we will be actually having these technical advisory meetings tomorrow. So that's a lot of talking on my end. I appreciate you all hanging in there with me. I'll hand it back to the chair of the board. If there's any questions, anything related to our teaming partners, they're all here to answer your questions. And if there's any public comment, we can go from there too. Thank you.
All right, thanks, sir. Any questions from the board? We'll start on Jeremy's end again, I guess.
My biggest question is going to be, how are you going to deal with moving targets such as the Board of Forestry's continuous updating of regulations with building code?
When we get into the building code, we don't actually integrate the building code into this. When it comes into the zoning ordinance, we'll work with the building department to ensure that the standards that we have in there reflect it, especially when it comes to fire code, sprinklers, and so forth. But we do understand that, as I had mentioned, law is constantly moving. So at some point, it needs to stop on the project's end. So we'll do our best to try to keep up with it until the very end. But it is a difficult task.
Okay, and then are the specific community plans, where do they play into this as far as there being updates in each individual community plan, and then how that plays into the greater total plan?
No, it's a good question. I think that's still up for debate. It depends on how the county would like those community plans to be part of the general plan. I can say that some counties integrate those community plans as part of the land use element. So they're separate sections, which include goals and policies for those areas. Others keep them as standalone documents. Part of leaving them as standalone documents, we wouldn't necessarily update them on their own. Those are huge efforts in themselves. I like to think of them as mini general plans in a sense. So we'll have to work with county staff and then get your feedback on how you would like those to be integrated, if at all.
So that decision will come from the Board of Supervisors?
Yes, you will have a decision on how those are integrated through the process. I would say for that land use component, we're still about a year out from that.
Okay.
But any feedback you have today, we'll take it and start it. That'll start to align the framework for the actual document.
Thank you.
So you've talked about economic development. Does that necessarily mean that that is an element unto itself, or is what you've described so far, it's more woven into the other elements?
It depends. You can have a standalone element on economic development. It's not required by the state, so that would be a unique aspect to the Trinity County General Plan. If that is something that the board feels is necessary moving forward, to have a standalone element for funding purposes and for other concepts, you might want to recommend to our team to have a standalone element. Otherwise, we would weave it in throughout all the other elements.
Okay. And then the other thing that I would like from you and from any of the other leaders of the different sectors of what is happening here, and you don't have to give it to me now. I would like some direction from you as to how I can best be preparing myself in order to be the educated person that I need to be to make balanced and informed decisions as we go through the process.
Sure, not a
Thank you.
problem.
Yes. Kind of feel like the proud dad that had a 20-year pregnancy and finally it's giving birth.
I'm glad we can bring that to you.
To try to keep this a little, I mean, I could sit here and talk to you for hours and hours and hours. The one thing I would caution you a little bit on the land use, you talk about, not going parcel by parcel like you would in a city because we're so large and big, but we do have, I'll just throw a number out there, 30%, 35% of our land in this county unclassified. And so that is a goal of mine is to actually get classifications on that, or at least the vast majority, because we somehow have started treating unclassified as a classification. So as we go through those, and a lot of those are going to be very rural areas, and maybe we come up with some sort of wide spectrum classification, but
sure.
So that's one caution. We had asked Lisa Lozier to talk to you guys about having an economic element in there. So I think that's discussion. I'm not sure how we move forward on that. And we'll talk to Ed on who is going to be the liaison directly with you guys. But I think.
And that has been a topic of discussion. There's actually a TAC group tomorrow solely focused on economic development.
Okay. All right. When you talk about cultural issues and dealing with the tribes, are those only registered tribes, or are those all tribes in the area?
I'm gonna have to default to as much as I'd like to know everything, I'm gonna have to default to Rincon, who'll be handling that portion.
We definitely start with registered tribes. We'll pull the NAHC list and start with the registered tribes. But if you know of any unregistered tribes, then we can reach out to them as well.
Well, I say that because we only have one registered tribe in a very small part of Southern Trinity, but our more active tribe is non-registered
we take that as well. So we combine the NAHC list with the list of any interested parties that you have, and we send notices to any of them and can do consultation with any of them.
Okay.
Any and all of them.
Thank you. And then as of late, and this is just kind of general stuff to put in the back of your head, we've had great chicken debates and debates on what rural residential is in this county. And as if you look back in that rural residential was painted with a very broad brush for people to kind of live whatever farm life they want to. And that is seeing a lot of pressure. So having different levels of rural residential, I think is maybe an answer to that, one that's more residential than rural and one that's more rural than residential.
And are you thinking from a general plan and a zoning perspective, or what do you envision?
Definitely in a zoning perspective, but I
Mhm.
think possibly in a general plan perspective,
Mhm.
because we're going to run into, I mean, I might as well say the word cannabis. I mean, we've made it 2 hours in the day before we said it. So, but you're going to run into areas that that will be pro cannabis, and you'll
Mhm.
run into areas that'll be anti-cannabis. And I think putting that into a general plan perspective of that, I don't see how we have the same RR or ag
Mhm.
for the whole county and then say this is non-grow, this is grow. So
Right.
we're going to have to designate those out somehow,
Mhm.
that areas that would like to see that. And that could be in their community plans. I would like to see strong community plans. That we have zoning that's for or
Mhm.
cannabis, ag MJ or whatever that
Sure.
we want to call that. But that I think is going to be a huge
Mhm.
part that we're going to have to deal with. The more we have that up front with a kind of a plan, I think the better and smoother that's going to go.
Yeah, it's not uncommon for counties to have broad designations. Working in one right now where it's called rural county and it's a light green and it's just everywhere. Well, what is rural county? It's a catch-all. Part of that process is breaking that down into kind of what you've alluded to, like a ag residential, a rural residential, like 1, a 2, and it starts to take development standards, breaks them down, starts to take the uses, breaks them down. And I think there is an opportunity for that here, especially when we start to get into some unique localized areas.
Okay, what else do I have? I think that's kind of it for now in the big broad general. And I am so happy, you can't understand how happy I am that this process is going in. Again, when as soon as the old document is done, it will go right to the museum because we can show that people used typewriters and whiteout and there's little notations, and that's the official manual, and there's no pictures. And this is all done before Skylar, probably parents were even born. So welcome, and on behalf of Trinity County, we're ecstatic.
Perfect, thank you.
All righty, thank you. And then I got to look at council for a second. This is a presentation, so official public comment is optional. So I guess you're under your 90 minutes that you were. So I guess if we do have public comment, I would take it just so these guys can hear it. Do we have anybody in the room that has any public comment? Go ahead. Yeah, there's people on Zoom that can't hear you if you don't use the mic.
Talk to you, but talk to him. With respect to the safety element, I'm sorry, Susie Cockums, the Division Director of Grants and Housing. The local hazard mitigation plan hasn't been updated in 6 years. Is there discussion about updating that? With respect to grants, when we talk about fires and hazards, that's often a requirement and it has to be current, meaning 5 years.
Just a caution, public comment isn't a question and answer time.
Okay.
So it's really just for you to address your concerns and to the
Okay.
board, please.
So that is a concern.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? All right, do we have anybody on Zoom?
I have Veronica.
Hi, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City and Weaverville Douglas City Parks and Rec. I want to thank you, Supervisor Groves, for supporting community plans. I 100% believe that they should be included in this process. And I have reached out to my supervisor and I know he was going to pass it on, but I know that my husband, David, and I would both like to be part of any DC stakeholder partnership that gets formed. I would also like to request that the Weaverville Douglas City Parks and Recs special district be considered for the technical stakeholders group. And maybe some of the other parks and recreation groups through our districts throughout the county. I think they're an important part of where we're going to grow over the next 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands and no new chats.
All right, well, with that, then I guess we'll close public comment and thank you for your presentation. And let's take a break till 11 before we jump into consent.
6. That's pretty good.
2. All right. Call the June 7th meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors back to order, moving into the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do you have any public comment on the consent agenda?
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right. Do any board members or staff have any items they would like to have pulled?
Yes, Chair, and I'm going to ask council a question. I am going to recuse off of 2.7 number 1, but since this is all put on council, this is all put on to 1. Do I have to recuse off of all 3 items within 2.7?
Yes, it's all one item. So they're not taking that separately. So.
All right, so I'm asking that to be pulled.
All right. And any other items? All right. Anyone care to make a motion on the
I'll
consent?
move to accept the consent agenda as presented.
I'll second.
Motion in a second.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Item 2.7.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to recuse off of 2.7 due to the conflict of the alcohol license. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Item 2.7. Anyone care to make a motion one way or another on item 2.7?
I would move to approve 2.7 as presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Public hearings. Grants, item 3.1. Conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution authorizing an application for funding and the execution of a grant agreement for state CDBG funding. No impact to general fund, potential revenue in the amount of $500,000 for Southern Trinity Area Rescue through the Grants Department.
Thank you. Chairman Frazier, supervisors, and the remaining folks in the audience and on Zoom. Susie Cockums, Division Director, Grants and Housing. Today, we're here to have a public hearing for a public service project under the Community Development Block Grant or CDBG funding. It's out of their 2022 Notice of Funding Availability, which this year really changed in comparison to past years. There is no public facilities or public infrastructure money available in this round. So we are presenting the potential for one application for Southern Trinity Area Rescue in the maximum amount of $500,000 under public services. The organization anticipates using that funding for operations and services. And I don't know if you know much about STAR. They've been struggling for years. And we applied for this same type funding last year. They were oversubscribed and it was not funded. So we're hitting it again, and hopefully this round will be approved and we can provide a little financial support for them. And I'd like to open it up for any questions anybody has about the application itself or CDBG funding in general.
Anyone have any technical questions for Director Kokum?
A little broader than that, do you have any sense as to how long this amount would assist them?
I haven't received their budget yet for this particular grant. I know in years past, they've been a couple $100,000 short in a given year. This funding will last up to 3 years, at least the grant term is that long. They can stretch it out that long, that'd be great. If not, we can apply in subsequent years for additional funding.
Any further questions?
I have a question, just to clarify, because I did receive an email last month about Star Ambulance Service and them needing funds and what was possible for the county. So this is the solution for that,
I certainly hope so.
or at least
Yes.
short term?
Well, for short term, yeah. I think it's a longer term, maybe conversation that needs to be had.
Okay.
But if we don't support them and they don't have an ambulance service, I can't tell you how grave that will be to the area.
So my email was from Brooke.
And Sminger.
Yes, so she's aware of this.
Oh,
coming
yeah,
forward?
we've worked together for years.
Okay.
Yes,
Awesome, thank you so much.
you bet.
That's a bigger discussion. She wants you to take that to CSAC.
It has been, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
RCRC, not CSAC, but yeah.
RCRC, yeah. All right, so further questions, motions?
You need to open the public.
Oh, public comment. Yeah. Do we have any public
You need to
comment?
Open the public hearing.
Public hearing.
Yes, it's a public hearing. So you need to open the public hearing and invite the public to give their
All right.
for and against.
All right. Do we have any public that want to speak up for and against? Are you acting?
As a civilian, Ed Presley, Chairman. As a civilian, what I would like to do is state that Southern Trinity Area Rescue have done so much to help out Southern Trinity that if the county had any way to help them whatsoever, I think it is definitely something that we should consider. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
So you can close the public hearing. If there's
All
no
right,
additional
we'll close the public hearing on item 3.1 and bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Right, moving on. Trinity County Transportation Commission, item 3.2, conduct a public hearing to receive comments on the unmet transit needs as required by the Transportation Development Act. No fiscal impact.
Good morning, Panos Kogas, Director of Transportation. This is a public hearing to receive comments on the unmet needs. On May 19th, the Social Services Transportation Commission met and publicized for 30 days of this meeting. And if there are any needs within the county, this is the time for people to bring them up.
Do we, okay, I will open the public hearing. Do we have any public that would like to address the board or DOT?
Hi there, my name is Bill Burton. I just wanted to actually compliment how well the transportation system with the bus system has worked all through the pandemic, all through all the difficulties that have gone on. They've continued to operate, not necessarily on time, it's because of different issues downriver and fires and all the other things that come up. And what I've noticed in traveling around the world, that our system works really great compared to lots of other ones. And there's this one little added feature that we might look into finding is at the bus stop itself or they notice how long the wait time is until something arrives, and it involves satellite connection and knowing where the buses are. And there might be funding available for something like that at some point. And what it does is at each bus terminal, you just, when you arrive, you see it's just 50 minutes, it's late or it's on time. And that makes a big difference for people who are waiting for a bus to decide to not wait or to go get change for their bus or whatever, or they end up realizing it's not coming for an hour, and they actually find another ride. But anyway, that ups the efficiency of using the system. So that would be a nice thing if that could be added to our great system. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
Chairman Fisher, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
Okay.
I have a question of council. Do we have to announce that we're not the supervisors, that we're the Transportation Commission at this point?
Like you just did.
Like I just did.
You can, it's in the supporting documentation, but it's fair to announce that.
I just want everybody on the board to understand that we
We're sitting as,
switched hats.
yeah, we're sitting as Transportation Commission.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Well, I guess we can close the public hearings and that was it, and bring it back to the board.
There's
No
there's
action to approve.
requested.
We're just, we're receiving comments, so.
So I would like some clarity from council if I could. So in sitting as the commission, what then is our responsibility to our director of transportation? Is he asking of us or we're just hearing?
This is just a public hearing, so it's my understanding from the supporting documentation, he'll be returning on the 21st to discuss the actual commission findings. Is that correct? So at that time that you'll be hearing again from him as to the specifics of-
We're here to receive any comments of the unmet needs
from the public.
from the public for transportation services, and more likely it's transit. We don't have any other transportation services, but that is the catch-all phrase, transportation services. Here we have transit.
And so with Mr. Burton's comment, does that, your ears hear that and you go, wow, great idea?
heard
Or
it.
do our ears hear that and go, hey, we agree, that's a great idea?
Actually, that's an excellent idea. And the first time I noticed that was back in 2001. I was in Germany. I was expecting to go somewhere with a train. They said the train would be such and such time. Let's say 10:20, 10:19, there is no train. What are they saying? 10:20, the train was sitting there. I was amazed how efficient it was, and it was on time. However, that needs to have some good connections with satellite, especially some places where our bus stops are. I don't know how our connection would be. I don't know if we have the electricity. And another sad part is that if we have those facilities in place, they get vandalized. A lot of times solar panels get stolen in rural counties. I had that experience elsewhere where we had to raise the solar panels up to 25 feet. So they're not going to be stolen. Other places, we also put grease along the posts so people will not have the ability to steal them. So we have to get creative. So this is a very nice added feature, and where it's practical, it would be great to do it.
So could we use an app instead? And then there could just be a sign saying how to get onto that?
That's a possibility. Well, I can look into that. If they can have an app rather than the individual stops.
He was saying, hey, maybe they'll get a different ride. And I was thinking maybe they'll go buy something in our stores. while they're waiting.
An app, it's a great idea. If we can download that, I can look into it and see what I can do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Reports and announcements. Item 4.1, reports from department heads. Do we have any department heads that wish to report out?
Me again. Again, Panos Kokas, Director of Public Works, Transportation. I'd like to let you know that in the last 2 weeks, we had the transportation plan update. Every 5 years, you need to have a rural transportation plan updated by state law. Even though we may not have many changes, in order for us to receive federal and state funds, we need to have an updated plan. Green Dot, it's a consultant who helped us, And we went to at least 5 or 6 places. It was Trinity Center, Lewistown, Big Flat, Burnt Ranch, and Mad River. I attended all of those meetings except that one in Weaverville. And I got to know the county, and I was impressed how beautiful it looks. We had a few people who had some comments. Most of them were about the current needs rather than the future needs, but the plan it's designed for future needs. What do you want to do in the next 20 years? Just like the general plan. The transportation plan, it usually follows the general plan because the general plan is going to tell us how we're going to develop and where the transportation needs are going to be. So we had those meetings. They went very well. We're waiting for the next part of it, which is going to be a draft plan sometime in September or October.
Thank you. Any other department heads to report out?
I have no raised hands and no new chats on Zoom.
All right. Reports from CAO.
Okay, good morning, Chair and Board. I do want to share with you that I did have a department heads meeting last week, and we had several items that we discussed, and one in particular was in response to the board's approval on the DSA retention bonuses. So we had a conversation on addressing the request for the general county employees request. So we are still working on that. Susie Hawkins and I are still working on the breakdown of the spending plan on what's remaining based on, like I said, after the DSA approval. I also am meeting one-on-one with department heads this last month, and I would like the board to know that we are planning on having strategic plan workshops that I do know I invited new board members to attend. This is based on the request from a board member to include the department heads in the strategic plan process. So we have one scheduled for next week. You are invited. Again, being careful that we can only have 2 board members to attend a workshop. We can coordinate that with you. And also just wanted to let you know that Craig Goodman, our financial consultant, has arrived yesterday to start reviewing the county budgets that were submitted for the 22-23 fiscal year. So we'll be meeting with him all this week, Susie and I, and getting things ready for you to review. And I think that's all I have. So stay tuned.
Thank you. All right, reports from members of the Board of Supervisors. If we'll start on your end again, I'm looking right today.
All right. I know it's been a while since I've reported out, so I'll just share what I have been exposed to and learned over the last 3 weeks, I guess. It's been a bit of a whirlwind, but my report out starts in Hollywood. I went down to the Emerald Cup, which is a cannabis event, a statewide competition. And I'd like to highlight one of our Trinity County farms, Soul Spirit Farm. They got first place for the best eco packaging. And it was neat to see Trinity County have representation at this statewide event. Obviously it'd be nice if there was more, but it's a lot of well-funded, big investor farms there mostly. Soul Spirit is not a big investor farm. They're nice, what we would probably call the closest thing to a mom and pop licensed farm up South Fork. So congrats to Soul Spirit Farm. It was really neat. From there, I went off to the NACO conference, which was in Alaska. Yes, Alaska is very beautiful. I had no idea. What a treat to go to Anchorage for this NACO conference. And it was also the WIR, which is the Western, it's all the counties on the Western states. Probably 300 county supervisors west of the Mississippi all come together, and there's Forest Service reps, White House reps, EDA, USDA, all of their senior administration officials and staffers are there to answer questions, give presentations. For myself, it's a great time to meet other supervisors and share issues, problems that Trinity County has, and then to learn that, oh my gosh, this is not unique to Trinity County. A lot of these are national problems for a lot of rural counties. I guess one of the biggest, I'd say the biggest opportunities was getting some one-on-one time with one of the White House advisors to President Biden. And he offered some outreach for Trinity County, or he reached out and said, you know, Trinity County can reach out to the White House and converse with all of our department co-parts in DC. So hopefully that is valuable, specifically regarding some of the infrastructure bill and programs that are designed for rural counties. Hopefully we can really take advantage of those. The Economic Development Administration was there, and it was interesting to me when the senior, I don't know what her name is, but the senior administration, she asked the whole room, which county here has worked with the EDA for a loan or grant? And only one person raised their hand in the whole room. And that was the CAO from Mariposa County and the gateway to Yosemite. And they had secured a $6 million grant from the EDA. So it was kind of a little bit of awareness as far as, oh my gosh, people talk about how if you're not at the table, you're on the plate. And that was kind of one of those moments where it's like, oh wow, only one person in the whole room here applied for that. Maybe there are more that didn't know. But kind of, and I alluded to this last time when I was reporting out on NACO, it would be great to have someone on county staff start attending the NACO meetings and conferences. A lot of other counties, CAOs, economic development teams, the counties that have them, a lot of wider range of staff attend the NACO conference. And I think it would be incredibly valuable to have consistency from county staff outside of board members to develop these long-term relationships with our most powerful federal lobbyist agency, which is what NACO is. Without that consistency, it's kind of like we listen to the record once and then it gets switched out. And we lose the long-term relationship building that is often crucial in understanding what's out there for Trinity County and getting quick responses and professional assistance for free from entities such as White House staff or EDA staff. So that was NACO. A lot of RCRC staff was there, so I got to talk with RCRC staff one-on-one, which is always like a nice bonus side activity. So that was the 17th and 18th and 19th in Alaska. On the 3rd of this month, RCRC, we had our first cannabis ad hoc meeting. This was the ad hoc that I had requested to be formed at RCRC, and it was supported by all of the supervisors unanimously. So we had our first inaugural meeting on the 3rd. Nicole Elliott, the director of the Department of Cannabis Control, was our guest speaker. She got to kind of outline a lot of what's happening in the state with cannabis and different relief programs, plans for changing taxes. And we got to hear from, I think it's Siskiyou County is on the ad hoc, Lake County, El Dorado County, Humboldt County, and I think that was it. And so Siskiyou County is a no-grow county. So it's not just looking at licensed legal cannabis, it's looking at all facets of cannabis in California. It's looking into future interstate commerce, future international commerce, and with California being in its licensed cannabis capacity, is very eager to distinguish the state as a cannabis cultivation state So they can be essentially a provider for the rest of the country where cannabis has yet to develop or where cannabis is unlikely to be grown. So that was really neat. And then just yesterday on the 6th, and Supervisor Groves will likely have more to contribute on this, but I did listen to the wildfire roundtable discussion, which has kind of been hosted by Congressman Mike Thompson, along with Congressman Huffman, and a bunch of other higher ups, CAL FIRE, Humboldt State, the tribes. And it's nothing, well, I'll let Keith report out on it, but it's not necessarily anything new coming to light. It's just more of an emphasis on all of the ongoing issues that were really highlighted in last year's emergencies, specifically fires. And lastly, I would just like to share that Willow Creek did open up its first retail cannabis dispensary on Highway 299. So if anyone wants to see what a dispensary on Highway 299 may or may not look like, drive through Willow Creek. If you blink, you might miss it. But it's neat evolution for the Willow Creek community. And that is all I have to report out.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Gogan, do you have anything to report out?
I have a couple things to report out. Been doing a lot of TMC and TRP work with Keith. We are putting together on my side, the science advisory side, Keith's on the Word document side. And I think next week we're going to try to mesh both those together, hopefully seamlessly. And that's about all I've done in the last week or two.
All righty. Thank you, sir. All right. Myself, I attended a North Coast Unified Air Quality Management District Board meeting in Eureka, where we finalized the budget for the Air Quality District. And then on the 23rd, on the 30th, on Memorial Day, I attended the Memorial Day celebration at the Hayfork Cemetery, and was involved in that, reading the names of soldiers who were buried in the Hayfork Cemetery. So that was an interesting thing. It's a really important thing to do, I think, and I've enjoyed it for the last 2 years being involved with that. So that is all I have to report out for this last couple of weeks. Supervisor Cox.
So several things from several different committee assignments. First of all, I just want to say, I wanted to acknowledge our interim CAO. And this is her first meeting all by herself. And you're doing a wonderful job. Thank you for everything you're doing. PSA 2, we haven't had anybody on the advisory council, and I had mentioned before that I found somebody, and I did, and she's starting to be onboarded. So I'm really grateful that we have that representation and excited about her involvement there. And then I reached out to Director Terry Gabriel. She's got this update on the food provision program that's been in process for quite a while with Dignity Health. She says, I'm working with the program coordinator at this time to complete the food safety training for the volunteers who were just cleared for their background checks. Also working to provide the program coordinator with a more comprehensive list of former program participants so he can help map out the home delivery routes. Once he has that list, he'll begin contacting the former participants for interest in the program. Again, they will be serving a total of 20 individuals. Hopeful that they will have everything in place in the next week or so, and look forward to beginning those meal deliveries soon. For Superior California Economic Development, I have been a part of the subcommittee that is responsible for updating the JPA. We've had 2 meetings, and the third one where we will finalize everything is coming up on June 24th. Fire Safe Council, I guess it just sort of seemed to me like this was a common knowledge thing, but it's come to my mind in the last week that it isn't so common knowledge, the work that goes on in this very collaborative group of people. Their director is one of the hats she wears is on our planning commission. Carol Fall leads that group, and then Amelia Flights, who is part of the RCD, coordinates with her. And among what they do is updating all the CWPPs. So that's a community wildfire protection plan that needs to be in place for each of our communities. And having that protection plan in place is one of those things that opens up grant funding when needed. And if you don't have that, you're kind of not on the list. Even having a Fire Safe Council opens up Trinity County to grant opportunities. And we're one of the oldest in California, which I didn't know. Ours is over 20 years old. These people have been carrying forth this incredibly vigilant effort on our behalf. And when you see all of the emergency, the fire entities, all of the emergency responders that come together in this council and coordinate with each other on grant acquisition efforts, on implementation efforts, not only how are you implementing the funds and do you need help, but where are you implementing those? And are we making sure that all of the connections are happening so that we have this larger scope of a plan of where does fire normally come in? How does it typically move? Where do we first need to be protected? These people are amazing, and I just want to give such a huge shout out to that. They're working right now to get our local area advisors in place, so that's going to be coming to the board for approval of those names. Also working for neighborhood advisors to be implemented. They've got right now the Fire Safe Council that has 1,000 what are they called? Evacuation bags. There are the human evacuation bags and the pet evacuation bags. And when I looked at the pet evacuation bag, I thought, well, I could put my pet in that bag. That's not what it's for. It's for all the things that your pet will need when you evacuate. And the bags are great because it's listed on them what items should be in that bag. So those are available. So I guess that's kind of the list there. I don't know how to appreciate them more. What more words could I say? So I mentioned before that I do have quarterly meetings with the forest supervisor, Rachel Berkey, and I really appreciate her. Appreciate the relationship that I'm developing with her. And this last time I really focused on, what could she possibly do to help us expedite some use permits that Velocity Communications has been asking for about 17 years. And I, Queen of Hope, I really believe that she's going to be the right person at the right time to help us finalize some of those and really start to get some, ubiquitous broadband coverage in Trinity County. And that's also going to open the door for some smoke detection cameras that can be placed in strategic places so that we get earlier awareness, when a fire is breaking out somewhere. And so I'm holding on to every piece of that hope and anxious to hear back from her soon. I got an email of confirmation that she had received all of the history and the ask that I had sent. And so hopefully more good news on that to come. End of my report.
Supervisor Groves.
Yeah, so as Jeremy had mentioned, the Forest Fire Fighting Roundtable, which is put on by Senator Thompson or Congressman Thompson, also has Congressman Huffman, Congressman Ashew, Congressman Lamalfin, Congressman Panetta. Cal Fire Chief is there. We had the Southwest Regional Forester Jennifer Eberlin and the California Director of BLM. So this is an attempt by the congressmen to try to figure out how we can get more work done in the forest from a fire resiliency side, more prescribed burns. And I think what really is starting to resonate to these congressmen, excuse me, that Congressman Ashew pointed out, well, how come we don't have any plans? We're not getting anything done. And I try to point it out, and probably not as articulate as I should have been, is that the Forest Service has been dismantled over 30 years. And there is no magic easy button here, that this is going to take a commitment by them to restaff the Forest Service, restaff not just at a level that we've been, but a much more aggressive level to get hundreds of thousands of acres treated just in Trinity County. Imagine this across the whole West Coast. This is a daunting task. I think I used the term of war footing to try to get out and get millions and millions of acres treated. So what I had proposed is that we kind of break this down in their viewpoint into what we need to do today. And what we need to do today is have a better firefighting attack. And then, you know, in the 10-year view is to start building infrastructure to deal with these massive amounts of wood that we've got in the forest, and then to come up with a 100-year plan where we're actually treating after burns and doing this. So I think it's sinking into them that this is just a monstrous thing. It's just not that the Forest Service hasn't done their job. It's that we've dismantled the Forest Service. So they've agreed to, keep this process going and talk more and more. And so hopefully that something comes out of that. And besides that, I didn't have anything worth noting.
All right. Well, you want to jump right into cannabis cultivation ad hoc report?
Yeah, let's get after it. First off, it's a very interesting development from the state. SB 1148 is proposed and has good traction. I've checked around, and it seems that this is moving forward. And this is, to me, just classic of how the state has dealt with this process, that they have hung us out to dry. But in the long run, SB 1148 would be very good to our cannabis growers and position Trinity County in a very strong point. And what this bill does is acquiesces the state's responsibility for the CEQA as the lead agency. So what this bill would say is any grower that has a county NOD, which we're starting to issue, notice of determination that the CEQA has been done, will have the state CEQA waived. And so they're done. There is no more process moving forward, which in itself, makes sense. But the fact that the state has put all these things on us and not protected us, and then turns around and says, okay, you guys are good enough because we can't get our side done, is beyond frustrating to me. It is actually, I was laughing in tears of how ridiculous the state's been in this. So anyway, that's something to keep watching. And then my overall report is people may have seen the first licenses have been issued. Out of the first 5, there was no appeals. So that's a good sign that people are seeing that these are well done documents. I will say that we had an incident that at the office that Ed is taken control of, and that's that we're building a safe entry room because we had somebody that was on the edge of violence and having the police called because he didn't like that we were going to license somebody. So we're now, for the safety of our employees, and this really isn't an ad hoc, but because, Ed's the division guy, he's the one making the decisions there. But to protect that, which is a very good idea. So we appreciate Ed's aggressive behavior in protecting his employees. So we've seen five licenses signed. I would assume that there's going to be 4 more signed. Signings are usually on Friday. We have about 115. I think that number's right. Is that number right? In technical review?
Yeah.
Somewhere's in there.
100 and something.
And 260 that have put their CEQAs in. But I will say, and I'll caution the board and the public, that what we're going to see here is what was predicted in the CEQA is that this advanced CEQA is that we will see a stall in growers that are going to be working on their CEQA. So grow time is on, it's too late to wait for your license. So what we're going to see is a lot of people stall out, grow illegally this year, and then come back in the fall and then try to get into the CEQA program. And I'm not saying all of them. There's a lot that are, following the rules, but you will see a big movement towards that. So I worry that we will get slammed in the fall because people won't be working on this through the summer, and that we need to be prepared for a big uptick of CEQA work late in the fall that we need to get done by next spring. And of course, with these low numbers going in, a few a week, we will see a lot of lost monies. By the state rules, you have to have this completed by July of 23. Hopefully at that time, we have a significant amount of people paying their fees and their taxes that to start swinging around. So that the program can support itself. Right now, we would be without the state money. And so I bash the state. Now I'll say good things about the state. Without the state money to do the CEQA work, we would be have to clamor up with a couple $1 million out of general fund to get this moving. So I just caution that we may have a period of time that the county might have to look at loaning money to the program on future either fees or tax revenue to make that transition through. But we'll see. That's just a cautionary warning. Dan, you have anything?
I was looking through my notes. Most of the questions we're getting now are more about individual stuff. We do have some issues that we're trying to clean up with process still, and Director Connell's been doing a lot of that legwork, trying to clean up the process. There are still some things that need to be ironed out, but with the issuance of the licenses, it does look like maybe there is a light at the end of the tunnel. So hopefully things continue to go forward and we can get these things ironed out and actually have a functional program. And I think possibly sooner rather than later that we'll actually be on firm footing anyway, that the program can move forward and consistently, not kind of the back and forth that we've seen leading to this point. So I do see a light at the end of the tunnel. I think that we'll get there. I think it's before everything is done, before we even clear the Appendix Cs that are in the queue right now, though, I'd see another year before licensing is all done. So it is taking a lot longer to get these documents through our consultants than we had at first thought it would. But they are moving their way through, albeit slowly. So
Could I ask how the money's holding out?
good. That's the answer that we got from.
Yeah, so I think at some point, well, we have mid-year coming up at some point. No, that's past. I'm sorry.
We have budget
We have
review.
budget coming up. Okay. We're being told that it's holding up well. We are, well, first off, I want to give kudos that Sean and Ed seem to be getting staffing up. So that's going well. And we have our volunteers or not, they're not volunteers, but the temporary help has come in and is doing things. So the department is really starting to gel from that standpoint. They're also working on getting environmental planners that will take over from our consultants at some point. So that looks sound. So that's the good news coming in. The bad news is our consultants definitely overpromised what they could do. And I mean, way overpromised what they could do. They had said they could run through 300 CEQAs by March. We've had 290 go in and 11 come out. So, and now that's not all their problem, but they do have many of the CEQAs that are there and are taking much longer to get back and either ask for more information or to be done. So that is disappointing. And of course, the grow community is very disappointed by that. But with bringing Ed on, Ed is really taking that by bull by the horns and is finding out where, or looking into where the log jams are, or do they not have enough personnel? Is it, to give us answers of how to make things better. And kind of my point about what the growers may do to slow up as I think as we're heading up is that we're ramping up while they're kind of going to slow down. So there's going to be this little lull that I worry about. And again, that's speculation, but so I don't know, any questions?
No. I mean, it's just the same question everyone asks, what's the holdup? How come I'm not getting my license? What do I do? What do I do?
Yeah, so that it was probably too much belief that you could rip through these CEQAs as fast as was promised. We probably were wishing that could happen. Right now, there's just a lot of different little reasons. We haven't found like a big thing that's like, oh, somebody forgot to turn this valve on. So what I see at this point, the biggest holdup is that their ability to go through and deal with this many CEQAs piled on their desk. And then when they send something off to ask for more information, the time when it gets back and then, getting back to that. So, and the biggest problem from, I would say, a grower's perspective is they've lost confidence. Not that there was much confidence there to begin with, but when you ask, like, is it this week? What do I need to do? I'll do whatever you need. What do you, is it this week? And then they don't hear anything back. Is it? And then the next week they email back in. Okay, what's wrong? You told me that it was going to be a week now. And so that's a huge frustration. And it doesn't necessarily mean a cannabis issue. If you were trying to get a building permit and, they told you they'd get back to you in a week and it's a month later, you'd be pretty frustrated too. So I would say the consultants are strung out over their capabilities, which is not surprising. But from our side, not that we're Johnny Fast, but right now, I don't see any major holdups that we have on our side. The site visits continue to move. They're not as moving as fast as we thought they would move, but there's not what's holding up licenses.
My only other comment or concern is that the spreadsheet that's supposed to be updated either monthly, I believe, on the cannabis site, and it shows where each licensee is in their process. I think the last time it was updated was May 22nd. Just if that's going to be updated monthly or weekly, if anyone knows the update schedule on that spreadsheet, people do ask me.
So that's a place where the consultants have really fallen off the cliff. It's supposed to be done weekly, and we've asked that to be taken down until it can be accurate, because it's actually causing more stress being up there and being wrong than it is benefiting at this point. So
thank you.
Keith, I have a question for you. This is Liam.
Yeah, Liam.
So when we hired Laco and Helix, obviously we hired them because of the performance standards that they said that they keep up to, doing X amount of, site-specific CEQAs per week, per month. And both you and Dan have said just today that they've dropped the ball in a lot of different ways. Is there any way that we can hold them up to their performance standards that they promised? Or it's the reason why we hired them is because they said they could do X, and they're not doing anywhere near X. So what is the penalty for them not keeping up with the we'll say the proposed contract that they gave us to hire them? I mean, it's easy to say you can do a bunch of stuff, we hire you, then you do nothing or very little. So how do we rectify that dollar-wise, contractually with them for their underperformance, vast underperformance, as far as you guys stated today?
So since they are basically a time and material job, they're when we talk about how's the money holding out, I wish the money was holding out less, because that means more work would have been done. So from a money side, there's really no way to penalize them, because if they're not doing the work, they're not getting paid. And I want to be a little cautious that about the vastly underperformed. We don't have 100% good grasp of what issues that they're facing. And so, but I would say that they have the same issues that everybody else is. There's not enough personnel and they're spread too thin. The alternative is what do you do? And I get that that's the question, is if you have somebody not doing what you need to have done, what do you do? Now, Ed is working with them to try to find some efficiencies and delving into that, as I said. But from a consultant side, there's really no plan B except bringing on our own staff, which it seems that we're doing, and that we will take over part of those Appendix C processes and be part of the team. But there's not a consulting CEQA team out there that has 50 guys waiting for our work. As I'm told that the fires have caused a lot of stress into the CEQA world, because people are replanning towns and cities and developing. And of course, statewide, the CEQA for cannabis is, believe it or not, from my point of view, that come July 1st of 23, we're going to be sitting better than, we'll be in the top 5% of places in the state. So if there was another firm that I could say, man, they're ready to go, I mean, I'd be all in and bringing them on also. But all we can do is try to work with them and, wherever we can help and streamline our side is what's going to happen. So I know it's not a really great answer, Liam, but it's the only one we have right now.
Keith, thank you very much. And I think Sean and Ed are doing the best they can, especially bringing on some of the volunteer help that they have to streamline this as best we can on our end. I think we're starting to do a better job that way. So let's hope we can keep it up and get more and more notice in the paper, and we'll have to go from there.
Yeah, I think people don't really grasp how big a deal 500 CEQAs are. I don't think this county has done 500 CEQAs total ever. And I don't know, I see Tom Stokely back there. Maybe he would. I don't think so. Yeah. So it is a big deal. And this is not just you get by. Actually, you can go down to the planning office and the ones that are up, pull somebody's CEQA and take a look at it. I mean, it's a book. So anyway.
I have
Well, I mean, I'll total it. Yes, we have like 260 that are in. We have more that are waiting to come in, but haven't, and I'm just referring to the licenses. So
I got one other question or a request. It could be really enlightening for the public if LACO and Helix could come and do a presentation on the progress they expected and the progress that they are displaying at a board meeting, and be able to at least field some questions from the board, or maybe just present on their challenges and give them the opportunity to express their roadblocks and why they haven't been able to achieve their stated goals. Would that be something that's possible?
I would be fully behind that, Jeremy.
Who's in charge of that?
Not me.
I think that's something maybe that the ad hoc as a whole should talk about. There is a worry that if we jump them too hard, if we get them in a public setting and they get blasted by 400 people, that they just say, fine, we take our blocks and go home. At this point, we still need them more than they need us, I guess is my point. So,
Yeah, I wasn't trying to blast them. I mean, in their contracts, they state that they're open and able to attend planning commission meetings on behalf of each licensee and stuff. So I don't think they're afraid of taking some harsh public settings, if it's even going to be harsh. But at least if it was just a presentation, it doesn't need to be open to public comment. And it would be for them to share their experience, not to take criticism from the public or the board.
I don't know, we can have that discussion. In the end, I guess that's a request to Ed to talk to LACO about.
Thank you.
Or Letty.
Does that become a financial decision if they come and spend their time that way, or paying them for their?
Yeah, you'd be paying them.
So that should be something that we decide if that's, I mean, who's going to decide if that's a good way to spend our money?
Well, we can have that discussion at the ad hoc, and then we'll have Ed or Letty will have to either come to us or make a decision, depending on. So, all right. Are we done with that one? Does anyone need a break before we move into county matters? All right, time's up. County matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board or staff may request an item be heard out of order. Any request to hear anything out of order? Seeing none. Board of Supervisors, item 5.1, adopt a resolution which adopts a revised government manual and Board of Supervisors operating rules and procedures, no fiscal impact. You want to read what you got, or you can make me look it up?
What do you want me to read? You want me just to highlight the
Yes,
changes that you
please.
requested?
Yes, because I don't have it up.
So Chairman Fraser requested that we make a few modifications to the governance manual, mostly in terms of the layout of the agenda, and present to you for consideration. The changes that are included in the governance manual that's before you today would be to revise the order of the agenda to start the meeting with presentations, flow into reports and announcements, and then flow into public comment. The idea and the intent behind that is to have, when we have outside agencies coming and presenting before us, we don't burden them with sitting here and listening to 2 hours of public comment that doesn't pertain to them and what it is that they are trying to present to the board. We then would move reports and announcements that would allow our department heads who don't have county matters items to be here first thing in the morning, give their report outs, and then allow them the ability to get back to their offices and get back to work, because they all have more than enough things to do. The other big change in the governance manual is moving public hearings from being time specific at 10 a.m. to just having them flow within the agenda. The idea behind that is that when we have items listed on the agenda as time specific, there's an assumption that we're going to stop where we are, break to that time specific item, and then go back. And it kind of disrupts the flow of agenda, and it opens us up for potential confusion from members of the public, staff. If they jump on and we're at a 10 a.m. public hearing, but we haven't finished consent and we're going to go back to that, they may think that they've missed their opportunity to comment on consent. Whereas if we just flow through the agenda as it's listed, similar to how we did today, then in my opinion, it reduces the ability or the opportunity for confusion in where we are on the agenda and when do people need to appear to comment on the items that they desire to comment on. There were a couple other clerical housekeeping procedural changes that were made in agenda deadlines. With going live on Novus, we've modified some of our deadlines. And so I've updated the governance manual to be accurate with what we're actually enforcing in the admin office.
2 p.m. on Wednesday, 2 p.m. on Tuesday.
Yeah, the submission for when items are due to our office to be able to be considered for placement on the regular agenda.
Right.
Dan, did I cover? Okay.
Good. And I found it on my screen here. So any technical questions from the board?
Yeah, does that still allow us, does that set that in concrete, or does the chair still have the ability to move those around if he chooses?
The chair, that discretion of the chair is still listed in the governance manual. So there is still discretion to move those things around on a case by case basis. But as we would be changing our standardized form.
Any other questions? All right, we'll open public comment on item 5.1.
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, well, we'll close public comment on item 5.1, bring it back to the board.
I move to accept for discussion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
All right. Motion and a second. Discussion.
So the only concern that I have is that our job is to serve the public. And I appreciate that we want to make our department heads allow so that they can use their time as efficiently as possible. But I wonder if we are more catering to ourselves than the public in that way. Is it possible that they can be kind of monitoring on Zoom what's going on and know when we're leaning toward a moment that, hey, we need to show up now. I'm just thinking of a particular meeting where we had a lot of people show up to public comment and other things took time. And I saw people have to, a couple of hours went by. People had to leave and get back to work. There was a mom with a baby that couldn't, endure any longer. And this is the public's time to come to the board and talk. And I feel like we need to have it as a priority, our service to them. I'm open to trying anything. We can always try things and put it back.
Well,
And so I'm not down on any idea, but
I would say generally, the people, when you have a bunch of people come for public comment on an item that would be listed on the agenda, not just general public comment. We're moving the idea is to move general public comment down so that our last meeting, we had Forest Service personnel and a bunch of other people sitting here literally 2.5 hours. I like to have those people come and give us a report every once in a while. And if it gets to the point where they don't know what their days, if it's an entire day, they're not going to want to do that. And that was the idea I had behind this. And it's not trying to, I actually had that discussion with Susie earlier. There's a high likelihood that if we have reports and announcements before public comment, we're going to get more public comment because people are going to stand up and say something about what our department heads reported out. That isn't listed on the agenda. They're going to want it agendized, whatever. I don't have a problem with that. It's just my idea was try to make it as efficient as possible for even like today where if we didn't have public comment this morning really, but if we would have had 2.5 hours of public comment before we have our consultants get up to talk about the general plan, that's not beneficial. So that's just where I was coming from and open to discussion.
And I'll add to that, and I'll say, if you're worried about consultants billing for doing presentations, they are billing while they wait to do a presentation as well. So the public does have the opportunity to submit comments to their supervisor or to the board as a whole in writing. And as much as I agree with the sentiment of having the public be able to express as much as they need. When you look at the logistics of the board meeting, and it's going to vary from agenda to agenda, but yeah, with the example of the consultants billing for this morning's time, or when they bill to listen to another presentation, things like that, unless we have the planning on the agenda and know, what to not bundle into one agenda, what to spread out to avoid being billed for presenting during agendas and whatnot. I do like this new proposed revised adjustment.
And I would have to agree with Jeremy. I think it's a good, we should test drive this, see how it works. I think it will be in the long run a way to save some money with the consultants and not make the people who are doing the presentation wait so long, because we will lose people doing some presentations that they have to sit there for 2, 3, 4 hours. So I think it's worth giving it a whirl and test driving this.
Supervisor Groves.
Yeah, I like the concept, but I do agree with Supervisor Cox that we do, in the end, we are answering to the public. So one of my thoughts is some sort of compromise in this is to have a set time for public to speak. So say you said 10:30. I see Susie about coming out of her chair. I'm just talking, Suze.
No. I was.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah.
The issue I have with that is like, well, we haven't had one of those in a while, but if we could have a meeting finished by 10 o'clock and then we would have to come back at 10:30 to take public comment. Or if we said it, we had that discussion too. Well, let's set public comment for a certain time. Well, it makes it difficult because then people expect to get to talk right then. Well, we're in the middle of a presentation that takes 90 minutes, and then we'll have people wondering why they don't get to speak. So and I don't know, there's probably multiple ways we can fix it. This was just an idea, so.
And, okay, I get it. The other side that, to me, it's more important to have the presentations because these are outside people that may or may not even be answerable to our constituents.
Yeah.
But for our staff, they are answerable to our constituents. So I would be much more apt to say, okay, let's do these outside presentations and then do public comment and then deal with the staff.
One thing, can I chime in and just,
The chair.
Go ahead.
I'm just put this together at the request of the chairman, so I don't have any strong ties to however it goes, and whatever you guys want, it's your will. I do think though that the chairman mentioned earlier that we may end up with more public comment if we do reports and announcements first. And while I agree, I like having a more set time for the public to know when they can come and speak before you guys to give public comment, because it does, by moving it lower in the agenda, we will field more calls in the admin office of, I have public comment, what time should I show up? And so then we're going to have to try and estimate for them and say, well, we've got 3 presentations this week. And so, generally it's probably safe to allot 10 minutes for each. And so by 9:30, you should be there if you want to be able to give public comment to be safe. We're going to have to try and estimate those for them. But I do think that a lot of the public doesn't stay to hear the reports and announcements from the department heads. And so if we were to move them up, it may benefit them to be here to hear them. Those are, again, just my 2 cents. I could go either way. I don't really have a.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, people have lives.
Oh, yeah.
We don't have lives because we chose to give our lives away. But, people do have lives. And I think what Supervisor Cox was referring to was like a specific thing, but yeah, dozens of people left because they're not going to sit here 8 hours. And that was a little different, but I don't know. I don't want to, I'm willing to try it and see what happens. And I'm not saying no, but I just really want caution us to, we need to bend over backward for the public to have the ability to speak to this board. And Zoom is a wonderful thing. People can sit there and kind of zone out and do their world and wait, and people can contact us directly. But I just really want to make sure the public has a chance to speak to us.
I do want to mention and just let the board know, I do appreciate the board's acknowledgement that presenters, they are on a time clock, so to speak. And I would have to say, for example, today's presentations, it was very informational for anyone who was here to do a public comment if they wanted to. So I think having it first on the agenda is benefit to everyone, not just the board, but to the public. There's good information that's shared from those presentations. And if we did move it to the front, I think it's ideal. I think we do have time limits usually on presentations that we do inform them that we like to have them limited for time. Is that right, Susie?
People, generally we request that they limit their presentations to 15 minutes. Obviously, there's no way to limit the general plan one to 15 minutes. We wouldn't have gotten through that. So depending on the subject matter, sometimes those are unrealistic, but we do ask for general presentations that they try and limit them to 15 minutes.
If that information was provided in public presentations on the agenda, and if the public were aware of that, they could plan accordingly. If they didn't want to be here for the public presentation, again, Zoom or be present, but the availability of public comment is still there. I just think information shared is beneficial for everyone in the county. So, and again, it's your call as far as report outs from department heads. That could wait till after public comment. I have no opinion on that, but again, I just think moving presentations would be a benefit to everyone.
All right, well. Do we have any other motions or further discussion?
Well, I'm willing to try anything, but as a motion, I would say to adopt what you have here, but switch items D and E, so that your public comment comes before the reports and announcements, and the rest of it, I think, is all worth a try.
All right, we have a subsequent motion. Do we have an?
Yeah, I'd second that.
Further discussion? Hearing none. Will you pull the board?
Supervisor Groves?
You want to read that? So make sure
Sub
that.
one, right? Sub one.
Yes.
Make sure that we all understand, and Liam can.
Yes,
hear it
I
clearly.
apologize. So we're voting on Supervisor Cox's motion, seconded by Supervisor Groves, to approve the revised governance manual as submitted with one modification of switching items D and E in the agenda layout section,
It's reports and announcements and public comment.
which modifies the order to be call the meeting to order, pledge of allegiance, presentations, public comment, reports and announcements, and then continue on from there.
Right now, you can try to pull the board.
Supervisor Groves.
Gee, when I was second, I didn't realize I'd have to vote first. Yes, I'll vote.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
With that. Fine with me. All right. Moving on. 5.2, authorize chairman to sign a letter supporting AB 2691 cannabis temporary cultivator event retail license. And Supervisor Gogan, I believe this is you.
Sorry for not getting to the mute there. Yeah, this is the retail cannabis for special events, something similar that we do to, we did one today for the beer at the beer garden.
Did we lose?
We appear to have lost Supervisor Gogan.
All righty. All right, well, that's makes it a little bit more difficult. So
Say we
So,
0.3 and then come.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm gonna suggest that we pass on item 5.2 for the time being and move on to item 5.3. Discuss supporting the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board's amendment to the Trinity River temperature objectives.
I will say this is
This is a Liam
a
thing too.
Liam
so.
thing also.
Can we get Liam back?
This will be, of course, Mr. Stokely will be giving a presentation on it. We haven't needed him all day.
That's the internet for you in rural Trinity County. Until you need it until then it's gone.
Tom, are you giving a presentation for this part?
Yeah, I asked Liam to put it on the agenda, so I'm actually the one who's supposed to talk about it, if you want me to.
That's up to you, Chair.
Um,
Fine with it.
Yeah, I guess we can Anybody had any contact with
Yeah.
Liam?
Had no response yet.
All right, yeah, I guess we can go ahead and start with the presentation. I'm sure Liam's probably up to speed on the presentation portion of item 5.3.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm Tom Stokely. I'm representing Save California Salmon and also Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations that represents the commercial salmon fishing industry in California. I'm here to talk to you about conceptual support for amendment of Trinity River temperature objectives. Back when I worked for the county in the late 80s, we had a gathering of the minds and we came up with different ideas on how to protect the Trinity River. And one of them was to get specific temperature objectives in the water quality control plan for the North Coast region. That's called the Basin Plan. It's the water quality plan for our area, for the North Coast region. And you could start the presentation if you'd like. And we started in 1989, and we did get temperature objectives adopted by the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board in, that's a good slide, in 1991. These are the temperature objectives. The 60-degree objective from July 1st to September 15th, Lewiston to Douglas City Bridge is to protect holding spring Chinook in the river. I might add that the spring Chinook are now a state listed species threatened. So I guess we didn't do a very good job protecting them, but there are probably other factors involved. The 56-degree objective from September through December 31st was intended to protect spawning spring and fall Chinook as well as coho salmon. And the way it works is that the state of California has its own water quality laws, but the US EPA has delegated Federal Clean Water Act authority to the state of California. So the process for this is that the North Coast Regional Board approved the temperature objectives, then they were approved by the State Water Resources Control Board, and then ultimately in 1992, they were approved by the US EPA. If you could go to the next slide, please. And this is what we're looking for in the future. This is just a letter that was sent approving those Basin Plan temperature objectives back in 1992. So not only are they state water quality objectives, but they are also federal Clean Water Act standards. And what we have subsequently discovered is that these temperature objectives are inadequate. That's fine to have that. This is the temperature management plan for the Bureau of Reclamation's Sacramento and Trinity River, and this shows storage levels, and you can see that by the end of September, it's going to be 423,000 acre feet in Trinity Lake, and by the end of the year, it could be less than that. As far as I know, these are some of the lowest storage levels we've seen since 1977. And what happens, of course, when the reservoir gets low is that the cold water disappears and the water coming out of the turbines gets warmer. Sometimes they release water from the bottom of Trinity Dam to provide cold water, but it's very limited. It also does not produce power while it's bypassing the power plant on the bottom. So it's not a good power generation in Trinity County's power allocation. Next slide, please. These are estimated Trinity Dam and Lewiston Dam release temperatures from the final temperature management plan. And if you look in October in particular, actually September as well, the spring Chinook starts spawning in September. And you can see at Lewiston Dam, it's going to be 56.7 degrees in September and 58.6 in October, when it should be 56 degrees, 20 to 40 miles downstream. So what we're expecting this year is probably some very significant mortality of spawning spring and fall Chinook salmon, as well as coho salmon. Next slide, please. We have subsequently discovered, since the temperature objectives were approved back in the early 90s, that the 56-degree temperature objective is now inadequate to protect spawning Chinook salmon. It should be more like 53.6. This is just a clip of a study that came out by the NOAA Fisheries, otherwise known as National Marine Fisheries Service. Next slide, please. So this is a chart of coho egg survival at the Trinity River hatchery last fall. And as far as I know, this was the first time this happened where they had very significant mortality of coho, spawning coho in the hatchery because the temperature was too warm. You can see that the blue line at the top is 12 degrees centigrade, which is the same as 53.6 degrees. And even at 53.6 degrees, they had about 5% survival of the coho eggs in the hatchery. Even when the temperature got down to about 7 degrees centigrade, which is roughly 44, I guess, 45, only then did they get to 100% survival. So the National Marine Fisheries Service has identified this as an unpermitted take of coho salmon. They are listed under the federal and state Endangered Species Act as a threatened species. And this was a take of those salmon by these temperatures. So we can see pretty clearly from this chart that 56 degrees is very inadequate to protect coho, and even 53.6 degrees is inadequate. And I did include in your packet an email from the National Marine Fisheries Service to the State Water Resources Control Board indicating this take of salmon, and they were recommending that the temperature objective for coho salmon be reduced in the fall. Next slide, please. So the various water boards in California, this is Region 1, they do something every 3 years called the Triennial Basin Plan Review. And basically what the regional board does is they look at their priorities for the next few years, and they come up with a priority list of things that they should work on. And what I would like to get today is a conceptual approval. You don't need to send any letters or anything, but conceptual approval to approach the North Coast Regional Board sometime later this year when they reopen the Triennial Basin Plan Review, to ask them to identify this as an issue that they should work on to amend the basin plan with new temperature objectives. Next slide, please. So these are some potential proposed temperature objectives. You can see the 60 degrees, July 1st to September 15th would remain the same for holding spring Chinook. For spawning spring Chinook, September 15th to excuse me, October 1st, it would go down to 53.5 degrees, which was the recommendation in the National Marine Fisheries Service letter. Then from October 1st to November 1st, it would be 53.5 at the North Fork. And then I have it highlighted there, Lewiston to North Fork confluence spawning coho. I have 48 to 50. I think that's something that needs to be looked at more. Based on that chart, we saw at 50 degrees, there was still substantial mortality of coho eggs at the hatchery. I might add that the Bureau of Reclamation is getting chillers for the coho eggs this year. So I think the hatchery spawn for coho this year will probably be saved. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to get chillers for the Chinook so that they can save that run as well. If they're not able to get chillers, I think we're looking at a real disaster for our spawning fish this year. But at any rate, the 48 to 50 degrees is highlighted. The letter from NIMS recommended 50, but I'm not sure it's adequate. I think this is something that needs to be talked about amongst the restoration program scientists, as well as other agencies, to see what would be appropriate and also what would be achievable, because these temperature objectives also have to be achievable. They have to be controllable factors. So if you're asking them to have 40-degree water coming in at the hatchery and the water coming out of the dam is 44 degrees, well, that's obviously not achievable. And then I have another one on there that is an April 1st to June 30th objective. Again, that's a potential one. That's one that the restoration program came up with in their winter flow variability environmental assessment. The purpose of that one would actually be to improve the growth of smolts that are out migrating to the ocean. It seems to be that right now the high flows in the spring, sometimes combined with high diversions to the Sacramento River, result in very cold temperatures, which inhibit the growth of the smolts and end up with very skinny, malnourished young fish that go out to the ocean and don't have a good chance of survival. Next slide, please. So the idea would be to approach the regional board about amending their basin plan temperature objectives. And then, of course, implementation is another thing. Just because these temperatures are in the water quality control plan does not mean they're fully implemented. The State Water Board determined over 30 years ago that they would do this through water rights rather than through waste discharge requirements. And when I did work for the county back in the late 80s, we got this water quality order 8918, which was part of a temperature proceeding on the Sacramento River. And they basically promised back in 1989 that they would amend the Trinity River permits to reflect appropriate temperatures to protect fish in the Trinity River. We're still waiting for that. It has not happened yet, but certainly a good fundamental place to start would be to amend the temperature objectives. And then next slide. Right now, there are the 56-degree objective for the middle of September through the end of December is included in Water Right Order 90-5, but it's only to the extent that they're moving water over the hill for temperature control on the Sacramento River. And the reality is that as the Bureau of Reclamation develops annual temperature management plans, they pretty much ignore the Trinity River. They're supposed to report on whether they're going to meet the 56-degree objective, and if not, they're supposed to file a report. And they don't even tell us what the temperature is going to be downriver. They just give us the temperatures at Lewiston Dam. And again, this year we expect very warm temperatures in the river because the lake's so low. And then next slide, please. It's just the rest of Water Right Order 90-5. This is just the information that they're supposed to report that they do not report. So the idea would be to what I would like to see is just if the board has any concerns or questions, and what we would do is I'll be talking to the Trinity Management Council next week about this to see what they have to say about it. If they support it, then I would think that there would be some kind of a working group that would get together and talk about the specifics of this. And then later on this year, we would come back to the board with perhaps a very specific letter requesting that this be a priority in the triennial basin plan review. And one other thing to add is that you may have read in the newspaper also that the Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations recently filed a 60-day notice of intent to sue the Bureau of Reclamation for the unpermitted take of coho salmon. And the idea is not to file a lawsuit, but the idea is to have a separate biological opinion for the Trinity River so that the Trinity River can really get the protection it needs. There has not been an updated biological opinion on the Trinity since the year 2000. There have been subsequently 2 CVP-wide biological opinions, but the Trinity was not included. The last one was in 2019 by the Trump administration. And according to our research, it did not add any protection for the Trinity River, but it allowed greater diversions out of the basin. And basically, to sum it up, the Trinity River is getting screwed, and we need to have a separate biological opinion so that we can have appropriate flows. And also, the real key to meeting these temperature objectives is to have some kind of a minimum cold water pool that's a legal requirement for the Bureau of Reclamation to meet so that we can make it through maybe 7 or 8 years of drought. Right now, what they've done basically after 3 years of drought is they pretty much drain the reservoirs down to very minimal levels. There will be very significant mortality of salmon on the Sacramento River as well this year. So that's my pitch to you. I don't know if you have any questions or comments, or if you could just let me know if you think this is a stupid idea, or maybe it's something you might like to pursue later on.
And Chairman, we do have Liam back on.
All right, that's good. I would just have a question for council real quickly, because what we have on here is discuss supporting it. So it's not really an action item,
That's
is
correct.
it?
It's
So
not
we can-
agendized for any action items, so you can discuss it. I think he was looking for some, if you had individual concerns, which you can certainly discuss with him, but there's no action that can be taken today.
Okay, that was my thought on that. So any
Yeah, I'll start
questions?
off unless Jeremy wants to start.
No, go ahead.
So Tom, I don't even know how those objectives are even doable in the scenario that we're in today.
They're not.
Yeah.
Not with the kind of storage we have. But the idea would be to lay the groundwork for a future water rights proceeding by the state board that would include, again, minimum cold water storage during successive years of drought so that you could meet those temperature objectives or at least get somewhere close to them. Obviously, if we have 20 years of drought, there's not much we can do about it. But the idea would be when we have the wetter years, that they not take so much water out of the reservoir that we have a higher pool in the reservoir, which actually also helps with power production by keeping the head higher on the turbines, as well as minimizing the need for power plant bypasses at Trinity Dam.
But that would benefit the dam power plant, but that means a lot less water over the hill. So all in all, that would be a lot less power allocation for the county.
Possibly. I have discussed it with Paul Hooser, and I was hoping he'd be able to be here today. But I think by avoiding power plant bypasses, that's certainly a benefit. And the bottom line is that they moved a lot of water out the last 2 years, and this year they're not moving much at all. And hydropower is way down. And if we were able to meter out that water, we might have a more consistent supply of power and cold water for fish, rather than basically just using it up during the first couple of years of drought.
So what base level are you looking at?
All the studies we've seen look like at the beginning of a drought, we should have about 1.2 million acre feet, and we probably shouldn't go below about 500,000 or 600,000 acre feet in order to maintain temperatures. Again, these are issues that need to be discussed further and investigated with the various agencies and of course the restoration program.
I mean, your September number looks extremely low to me, but I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but if you look at a natural basin, that temperature has got to be 12, 14 degrees lower than a natural basin.
Sure, but it's not a natural basin. It's very manipulated.
Okay.
And again, they're not required to do anything that's not achievable. It has to be a controllable factor. So if we tell them it's going to be 40 degrees, but they can't meet it, well, they can't meet it. But at this point, there's really the problem is that we have the reservoir as the bank account, and then we got two checking accounts. We got the river and we got the diversions over the hill. And despite the fact that the record of decision put more water down the river, it really didn't do anything to put the brakes on the diversions over the hill that would result in completely depleting Trinity Lake or going to dead pool.
So but as you know, to meet those cold temperatures, they have to dump more water over the hill.
Yeah, it definitely provides for water to be diverted over the hill. What he's referring to is that Lewiston Reservoir acts as a giant solar panel. And if you don't divert a certain amount of water through Lewiston Reservoir, then the river temperatures heat up. So there are going to be diversions over the hill, clearly. I might add that 10,000 acre feet a month approximately goes over to Whiskeytown for flows in Clear Creek. So we're looking at, depending on how much water comes into Whiskeytown, we're looking at many tens of thousands of acre feet that basically has to go over the hill, which is now supporting threatened spring run Chinook populations on Clear Creek downstream of Whiskeytown.
So by law, is that required, or they could draw down their own pool if
They could draw down Whiskeytown. I mean, if I were to do things differently this year, I probably wouldn't have filled the Whiskeytown Reservoir and I would have left more cold water in storage. This is really just the beginning. I mean, the implementation of these temperature objectives is something that is going to require a water right hearing down the road.
And so would this give incentive for them to put more storage capacity on the dam?
Well, I seriously doubt it. I know they've had studies on it and they determined that raising the dam wasn't worth the money with the yield they'd get because the reservoir, as you know, is about twice the size of the average annual inflow.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
Yeah, Tom, I have a couple questions for you. You're getting a carryover that is not being addressed right now. We spend all that we have every year and we don't save any water in the lake for times like now. There's a possibility that we will get to Deadpool this year, very close to it. So this is going to take some, a lot of work to be done here. But as far as the temperature objectives in Douglas City, it's those objectives in Douglas City, correlate to a very high temperature downriver. The further downriver you go, the higher the water temperature gets, which is, it pretty much a death knell to our salmon and steelhead in this river. So I would like to see them held to the cold water objectives that have been stated, instead of moving the objectives up to what they would like to now, just because they may not be able to meet them. They need to have to meet them.
Well, the way it works on the Sacramento River is that they look at the available supply of cold water and then they adjust the compliance point downstream to reflect what's actually doable. And that's the same thing that would happen here if they were actually complying with Water Right Order 90-5 or some future water right order.
So Tom, in the future water right order or 90-5, is there a way that we can eliminate us giving approximately 120,000 acre feet to Clear Creek?
I don't know the answer to that. It's only become apparent to me recently that that amount of water is being moved over the hill to keep fish alive in Clear Creek. So I'd have to look into the legalities of that. And it may not be a full 120,000 acre feet a year, because when they drain Whiskeytown in the fall for flood control, they do put some of that water down Clear Creek. And also, depending on the natural inflow of Clear Creek to Whiskeytown, there wouldn't be as much of a need for Trinity water, but obviously this year there's not much water coming into Whiskeytown naturally.
I got you. I would just like to see the Sacramento River support itself and its own fish with their water, not give our water to Clear Creek to help the survival of the Sacramento River fish. Not that I don't want to see them survive, but I kind of in the Trinity County fish first mode here.
I certainly understand that. I'll get back to you with the answer to that question. It might be difficult. Once you give somebody something, it's hard to take it away.
Oh, no
as
doubt
we all
about
know.
it. No doubt about it. Tom, thank you for the presentation. It's enlightening, and we are in some tough times, the worst times we've been in. So it's time we do hold some relicensing and go through this as we are. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My only question is regarding the potential for having a water hearing on this, or re-looking at the water hearing or the order that was promised in 89 or 91. How many organizations and entities and agencies would it entail participating? Whereas if Trinity County said, oh, we want to look at this water board, will the water board hold this hearing on our behalf as the county? How do the tribes, how does the restoration program, how would all of that fall into that kind of request?
Well, it's complicated. The Hoopa Valley Tribe does not want to participate at all in any state proceedings. So even though they participated in Water Right Order 90-5 in 1990, I don't think they'd do it again. I think the Yurok tribe is supportive of whatever protection can be given to the Trinity River. If there were an actual water right hearing, there would have to be expert witnesses and various people to testify as to what's good for the Trinity River and why these things are needed. I've been gathering that information for the last 30 years, and I basically have it all in my files. I basically gave that testimony to the water board in 2018 as part of the water fix hearing, which was on the Delta Tunnel project. And I explained how the Trinity River is not protected and what it needs for its protection. But it's not a small task. I'm certainly committed to do it as long as I'm around, but I don't know if I'll be here in another 30 years to do it. But I have been trying to look out for the Trinity River since my retirement in late '08, but there's certainly no guarantees how it would go. There was a bill introduced several years ago by Assemblyman Chesbro. It was AB 1914, and it would have required the state board to hold this hearing on the Trinity River, but the state board claimed that it would cost $1 million for the EIR and that they weren't going to do it. And Mr. Chesbro had some leverage with the governor that he didn't use. And so the bill basically died. It would have been a good year to actually resurrect it, given the $100 billion surplus that the state has that's not going to be here next year, most likely. But I certainly couldn't pull that together myself. And anyway, it's not easy. It's complicated. What I've been trying to do over the last several years is whenever there's an opportunity to file a protest of a water right change petition by the Bureau of Reclamation, I try to get something in there about the Trinity River and how they shouldn't make this change petition until the Trinity River has full protection through the water rights. But I've been unable to do any litigation regarding that. And, you know, in all these water wars and everything, what it really requires is litigation to get what you want. You don't get anything by being nice. So we do the best we can, but we have limited resources. And I know your resources are very limited as well. You've got 500 CEQA documents on your docket, and you've got a lot of work ahead of you.
All right, well, thanks for the information.
One other thing is that whenever I go to the State Water Board hearings about the temperature management plan, everybody else is there talking about the Delta, talking about the Sacramento River. I'm the only one there talking about the Trinity River. The Trinity River is basically lost in California water. If you look at the so-called voluntary agreements that the governor has proclaimed will end the water wars, there's nothing in there about the Trinity River. There's no representation from anybody in the Trinity River Basin. So they basically cut a deal with certain parties, but they didn't include other parties. And I'm not sure how that's ever going to end the water wars in California. I might add that the California Sport Fishing Protection Alliance and California Water Impact Network, of which I'm a board member, have open litigation against the State Water Board for their approval of the temperature management plan that last year and this year as well. So, but these things take a while to get through the courts. And ultimately, I'm not sure that's the answer either, but that's a discussion for another day. Could I come back to you later with a proposal, a letter?
Yes, if you bring back a letter and we'll agendize it for a formal vote, then yes, you can bring back a letter.
Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time today. I know you're busy.
Thank you.
Can I ask a couple more?
Yeah, go ahead.
questions? So you may or may not know this, does the Park Service have a right to keep that Whiskey Town at a level? I've heard that before, but I don't know if that's a right or a request.
My understanding is there's a memorandum of understanding between the Park Service and the Bureau of Reclamation to keep Whiskey Town full in the summertime. And I don't know what the legal status of that is and whether, for instance, protecting endangered fish in the Trinity River would take precedence over that. There's a lot of unknown legal areas here.
Okay. And I assume part of the temperature control is to get to the water, to have the water right hearing that you're requesting. So in that time, would the 50,000 acre feet that is for downriver users, in your opinion, would that be part of that discussion?
I think it could be. I'm not sure. That's kind of up to Humboldt County. And just so you know, they got a $575,000 grant from the Wildlife Conservation Board last year. And they just hired a consultant and they're doing a number of hydrologic and biologic analyses, but they do not have a NEPA or CEQA document, which they probably need before they can do it. So I'm not going to speak on their behalf. In the past, I've suggested including that in the water right hearing, but I'm not sure they would want that right now. And that's their decision, certainly not mine.
I'm not quite concerned what they want. I'm more concerned about Trinity County's rights to that water.
Sure.
And so
And I don't know what's going to be in their final plan, but I've always encouraged them to include taking that 50,000 acre feet if it's not needed and carrying it over in the reservoir. That might make you a little happier.
That would make me a lot happier.
It would make me a lot happier too, Tom. So that 50,000 acre feet has been kind of the pie in the sky since 55, I think.
Yes.
So quite a long time that water hasn't been used by Humboldt County. They don't have a CEQA or NEPA right now. And we are a downriver user of that water. So I think we have the rights to use that water as much as they do, especially since they've been unprepared for the last 70 years or so. And I think it would be a great idea to, until they come up with their CEQA and NEPA, to get that water to be carried over and held into our lake for water storage. So that would be my wish on that.
Certainly, I would encourage you to talk to Humboldt County about it. I will add that in the Bureau of Reclamation's 8 state water permits for the Trinity River Division for storage and diversion of water, there are essentially 3 area of origin clauses in there. One is the 50,000 acre feet. One is the minimum in-stream flows for fish. And the other one refers to section 10505 of the Water Code, which is specifically the county of origin statutes, which gives you what they call an inchoate right to use that water. So I do believe you have other opportunities to utilize Trinity River water, even if it's not part of the 50,000 acre feet. But I think the best thing would be to collaborate with Humboldt County and present a united front. As a biologist with the Department of Fish and Game told me back in the late 80s and early 90s, the Bureau of Reclamation is really good at getting the victims fighting amongst themselves.
Well said.
I will, as for the benefit of this board, I have requested 3 times to meet with the Humboldt County on this issue, and they refused to meet. So,
well, I will try to encourage them as well.
And I have also made that request, and they have refused to meet. Not 3 times, but they have not been willing to meet either.
I've spoken with Supervisor Madrone about this, and it was stated that Humboldt is trying to coordinate an MOU with the Hoopa Valley Tribe on this 50,000 before they indulge in other conversations.
And I'm sure that's a difficult task.
To say the least.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tom, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, we still have Liam. We'll jump back to item 5.2.
That was the most convenient breakdown of the computer.
So just a second, let me reread the item. Item 5.2, authorize the chairman to sign a letter supporting AB 2691, cannabis temporary cultivator event retail license. All right, go ahead, Liam.
So AB 2691 would be added to section 26050.5, the business and professional code. And I'll just go over a few of the things that it will bring forward. It will allow all licensees who meet all the following requirements to apply to the department for a temporary event cultivation retail license. A, the applicant holds a valid state cultivation license. B, the applicant holds a valid license permit or other authorization issued by a local jurisdiction that authorizes the licensee to engage in cannabis cultivation. The applicant satisfies at least one of the following. The applicant cultivates no more than 1 acre of cannabis, inclusive of all licensed premises. The department shall not require an applicant to resubmit information already provided to the applicant for their state cultivation license, and shall not require an applicant to submit to background checks or other inspections already performed for approval of their state cultivation license. The department shall establish a process to facilitate the submission of applications pursuant to this subdivision. Each temporary event cultivator retail license shall only be valid for the specific state temporary event license pursuant to subdivision E of section 26200 for which it was issued. The department shall not issue more than 8 temporary event calendar licenses to any licensee per calendar year. A temporary event cultivator retail license may sell cannabis or cannabis products at the cannabis event for which the license was issued. All cannabis and cannabis products sold pursuant to paragraph 1 shall only contain cannabis cultivated by that temporary event cultivator retail license. That is about it. I could read you, if you would like, the letter of support that I am looking for. If you would like me to read that, Supervisor Frazier, I would.
I think we can all have the ability to read that ourselves. So, and it's in our backup documentation, so I don't think we'll need to do that.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions of Supervisor Gogan before I open the public comment? Go ahead.
So where are these events allowed to be held? Anywhere? Or is that up to the local jurisdiction, or is that the state jurisdiction?
I believe it's the state's jurisdiction under Canada.
Yes, that is accurate.
So say that again.
State jurisdiction under cannabis events, or sometimes they even do temporary cannabis events licensing for specific venues. So each venue would apply. An example being, I think the fairgrounds has a temporary or a temporary cannabis events license already at the fairgrounds. So if the fair wanted to host something, then this would allow cultivators that had access to this type of license to attend that without being required to work with a distributor.
Okay. So, but anybody could apply to become an event?
No. Only the specific venues can get these licenses, just as you would apply for through the DCC for a cannabis license. This temporary, it just applies to cultivators having the access to apply for a temporary event license themselves.
So
And Keith, this is statewide, not just county.
No, I get that. But I'm just trying to see the ramifications that it means. I don't have a problem with having, well, I'm getting too far.
As far as Trinity County goes, the
Yes.
fairgrounds would be the only place. in the
That's my
county
question.
Yeah.
At this
As far
time,
as
it
the-
would be.
Yeah, as far as the state goes, there's numerous events throughout the year where someone could attend.
Would this be one of those things where each year, if they wanted to host this at the fair, then it has to come to the board for approval, just like an alcohol temporary license for an event? Okay.
Yes.
And so do you know, Liam, if the 8 is statewide, so you get
8 is statewide. Each cultivator obviously has to be conforming to all license state and county procedures, and they would only be able to do 8 statewide temporary events.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you, Liam and Supervisor, whoever you are down there, Brown.
All right, any further questions? We'll open the public comment on item 5.2.
Thank you, Adrian Keys from Hayfork and also Trinity County Ag Alliance. We've been advocating for this since its inception. I've actually been working on previous iterations of this bill. This time we've got the coalition necessary to pass this through the state. The technical details are that it is a licensed cannabis event can only be produced by a cannabis events license holder. That's a state license. Before that license can be affected at an event, that has to be approved then by the county. And the fairgrounds and the county both have policy necessary to hold these type of events. That's all we have in the county presently. Other regions and jurisdictions have permitted other facilities. That's an option in the future, but as of right now, that's not a piece of regulation we have. So we can't do that. All the cannabis has to meet all the existing requirements for lab testing, labeling, and in fact, distribution. It must be brought to the retail event by a distributor. It doesn't impact or alter in any way the regulation that the county already holds and that the fairgrounds already holds. It would just simply be, instead of us having to finagle a cooperative retailer from somewhere in the state to first buy our product and then drive it up here and retail it at an event here in Trinity County, it would allow us to take that assumed risk. We would have to go through all the packaging and lab testing and distribution requirements to get that product onto into an event. Primarily due to the nature of events is that you sell a very, very small portion of your crop. This is a tasting event. Generally, even at the Emerald Cup, the larger retailers would maybe sell a few pounds over the course of a weekend. This is an ability to get face-to-face with customers and develop those sorts of relationships, whereas then they can seek your product out at other dispensaries throughout the state. I would specifically say the intent of this is more towards, there's a financial component that could be beneficial certainly to cultivators, but it's primarily a marketing component, and it would allow us to bring our product to other regions who have licensed events. Humboldt, Mendocino are doing them, Sacramento, the Bay Area, Los Angeles, those areas. And it's kind of a loss leader is what you'd say in a retail world. You got a $5 hamburger, but then the Coke is $3. You make your money on the Coca-Cola, not on the hamburger, but you got to get the person in the shop to buy the items to begin with. So I really do hope you pass this. Will have little to no impact on the existing regulation in the county, and will allow farms of under 1 acre in Trinity County to venture out without having to rely on a retailer partnership that is tenuous at best, because they are the ones at the end of the day who would be putting out money to provide this service, whereas now we can just assume that risk and go do it ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Carla Avila from High Palm. And I had the honor of being asked by Assemblymember Jim Wood to provide lead testimony for AB 2691 when it first went before committee in Sacramento. I was going to read that today, but I was busy preparing for this morning's presentation and forgot to bring it with me. But also the sentiment of it is something that people in this room don't need explained to them, is that the farms in Trinity, this bill was written for farmers like our farmers, for the very tiny farmers who have to compete in this very corporatized, very different industry than what we started with here. And what our end game is to not have to change the way that we farm in Trinity, but to preserve and protect the artisanal craft nature of the product. And the farm direct to consumer opportunity has been completely lost from this supply chain through the complexities of the regulation. And what this allows us to do is, as Mr. Keyes demonstrated, for the farmer, it allows us to actually have more direct connection to the consumer. There's a lot of awareness that still needs to happen with market differentiation and what actually makes our product distinct and unique in Trinity County. And this would make a big difference in our ability to go out there and market our product and differentiate the craft cannabis from Trinity to the rest of the state. It also will allow the farmer the opportunity to bring their own product and their own label out and not only market it, but also receive back to the farm much more of the value of that product, which we usually do lose and is totally diluted in the supply chain. And then the retailers benefit from the quality of our product, or other brands retail from the quality of our product. This is a way for our farmers to be able to benefit and get the value back, as well as build awareness for the differentiation of our product in the market. That farm to table ability to talk to your consumer directly where they can meet their farmer. That's something that's very difficult in the supply chain. So it would help in a lot of ways. It also would alleviate the tiny bit of complexity of once you're finally past COA, packaged, sitting at distro, some of your stuff's going to shelves, some of it's sitting there needing a shelf, but there aren't enough shelves. So this allows the farm to be able to utilize the events that already exist, like the Emerald Cup, but to get that value back to the farm, bring our own product there and not have to rely on somebody else to be the retailer. We could act as our own retailer. We still have to go through the process of the supply chain the same way, but it allows the farm that value that is really a lifeline that would be really beneficial and really great for our farmers. So hope you support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica?
Hi, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I think it makes sense for farms to be able to introduce their product to people. A sentence that was said that just gives me some pause is right now Trinity County Fairgrounds is the only one that has the ability to offer this type of event for now. So I think just making sure that how it could develop for Trinity County in the future. I know there are other places that are hoping to offer this type of event. And so just being able to keep that balance for our county, but I think it makes sense for farmers to be able, nobody can tell someone about their product except the person who's making it. They are the best salesman in the world. And if that's going to make our cultivators successful with their product, I think it makes sense. I think we just have to really take a look at the overall event license situation and how it could develop and in Trinity County. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Next, we have A. Gullivan.
Hi, this is Anne-Marie Gullivan. I'm from where Shasta, Trinity, and Tehama meet. We're the Resident Ranch on Highway 36. I wanted to speak off 151, but you guys had skipped over me. Is there a way I can do both? Because they both actually, what I'm going to say on this is going to combine with both topics. Is that going to be granted? Was that possible?
5.1's already been adopted, so
I know
think
you skipped over me when you said public comment. I had my hand raised. So I just wanted to know if I could address that because these go together.
the action's already been taken on item 5.1, so we won't take public comment on that, but 5.2 you can still comment on.
Okay, on this section, okay, then I'd like my time to actually start now. On this section, what you're looking at here with the event license is an area where Trinity County can lead out. You could lead out in being a cooperative framework. You could also lead out in being one of the only areas that have done something about how this product was always grown to supplement an income. You should cut it back from 1 acre. You should do it for a smaller, and when people overgrow for what they are allowed to grow, just actually in there under the California regulations should be able to be included. If you went in that manner, you would be able to bring this county far more together in manners never seen before. And they would need to also do it in a form of not a co-op, but by working as a consortium, because 98% of a company's revenue can be lost in the supply chain. This will end up being a curse by the cost of what it takes these companies to package. Now, the best work in California doesn't see the light of day in California. By selling it in small increments through a consortium, you would have the ability to harness that market and be able to set yourself up where when 5 and 10 pounds help supplement your income for the whole year. You have an opportunity to lead out on that. Your assemblyman has also put this up, and there is a way to bring also the county together here. A lot of things that I'm seeing here are very divisive. I've worked for one of the best consulting firms in the world, multiple degrees from UC Berkeley. And what I'd say on some of the things here, negotiate better, but also realize these are their public times and everyone needs money here. But if your consultants are the ones that also applied for the American Rescue Act, I wouldn't be worried about firing them. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other?
Matt J.
Hello, Chairman and Board. I would just like to reiterate what Adrian and Carla were saying. Pretty much everything I have written down is what they said. But I'm just really hoping that you will support this and sign this letter for AB 2691. And just, I don't know which thing I should go through here. Just this is really beneficial for the small farmer. I'm a cultivator in the county to help get us more connected with the consumers. Yeah, just what Adrian and Carla were saying. I hope you guys can support support this. And thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tyler Thompson.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman and board members. Tyler Thompson from Burnt Ranch, and I just also would like to ask for support in this, and just saying that the county's still, from my understanding and research into the bill, still has very broad control over where this can and can't happen within the county, but it just gives the opportunity to conduct business elsewhere in the state. And if at a future date, the county should choose that it's appropriate, it could allow more events here, but it really at this point would give local businesses the opportunity to conduct sales throughout the state. And I just feel that even if it was to even just keep one business in Trinity County, the overall effect of this was to just keep one small business from failing. I think it would be worth supporting. So I personally think it has the opportunity to have more of a beneficial impact than just one business, but even if it was just down to that, to get somebody through the current issues at the state level with overproduction and just misguided licensing in favor of larger corporate business as opposed to small businesses like we have up here. I think it would be beneficial. So thank you for the support if you are able to help out with that.
Thank you.
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right. With that, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve 5.2 as presented.
I will second.
Any further discussion, subsequent motions? Go ahead.
Supervisor Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Brown,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox, Vice Chair, then Chair last.
She can go anyway.
Aye. Supervisor Groves,
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay,
See, she starts at that.
human resources. Item 5.4.
So, which always put me.
Modify the departmental allocation list for the CAO General Services Division to read 7.0 custodian or maintenance worker / custodian or building and grounds B&G maintenance worker 1/2 or B&G lead worker or facilities operations supervisor or facilities operations superintendent effective July 1st, 2022.
Thank you. Shelley Nelson, HR Director. So the General Services Division, which is actually held under the County Administrative Office Department listing of allocations, is requesting approval to modify their list by adding a half allocation for a maintenance worker custodian. They currently have a half-time employee as a maintenance worker custodian. However, Health and Human Services has agreed to reimburse General Services the full cost of a half-time benefited position beginning July 1st, 2022. Currently, General Services has an overall allocation of 7.7, which includes 1 administrative classification, 6.5 maintenance and custodian classifications, and a 0.2 vehicle abatement officer classification. So this half allocation would increase their overall allocations from 7.7 to 8.2.
Any technical questions? Is there any public comment on this item?
Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. Trinity County's general facilities needs as much support as they can get. They oversee so many, all of the parks other than Leafong Park throughout Trinity County, the cemetery, county buildings, they are stretched very thin. So any support that you can give them, I just highly encourage. They need all that they can get. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have no other raised hands and no new chats.
All right. And with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board.
I'll move to accept 5.4 as presented.
Any further discussion?
Supervisor Cox?
Yes.
Supervisor Groves?
Yeah.
Supervisor Gogan?
Yes.
Supervisor Brown? Chairman Frazier?
Aye. All right. Moving on, item 5.5. Pursuant to Trinity County Code Section 2.60.360 and 2.60.420, effective April 1st, 2022, correct the reclassification of employee ID number 01921 from a correctional deputy sheriff sergeant to a jail commander at Step C in Sheriff's Office Jail Division. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for a jail commander at B step is $13,864, and for a jail commander at C step is $14,504.
So back on May 3rd, the board had approved reclassifying this incumbent in the classification of correctional deputy sheriff sergeant to the newly adopted classification, which is called jail commander at S188B, and it should have actually been set at C. So County Code 2.60.420 provides for the entry-level salary step B or within $5 of a 5% increase in the monthly salary when a position is reclassified to a higher salary range. And so we just miscalculated that, and I needed to get this corrected and retroed back to April 1st, of which the May 3rd item originally approved.
Any
And
questions?
I should add that the sheriff and the union have reviewed this and everyone's approved it.
Okay. Any questions? Any public comment on this item?
I see no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, we'll close public comment on 5.5 and bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve the item as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye. Item 5.6. Pursuant to Trinity County Code Section 2.60.410A, authorize promoting employee number 02162 as a program manager 1 at range M237, step D in Health and Human Services, Child Welfare Services, retroactively effective June 1, 2022. Approximate cost and salary and benefits per month for a program manager at A step is $9,341 and at D step is $10,639.
So Health and Human Services, the Child Welfare Division, has been running a continuous recruitment to fill a vacancy of a program manager since January. And the candidate which has scored the highest has worked for the county and that specific division for 8 years, plus an additional 3 years as a paid intern, which is a total of 11 years devoted to serving their vulnerable children and families of Trinity County. During the candidate's tenure, they have successfully promoted through the social worker series, including 2 years of direct supervision and 4 years as a lead social worker 3. And the department is requesting you to approve offering above A step to this promotional position to D step. And the salary range in the step would commensurate with the depth of experience and training that this employee possesses, which is well exceeding the position's minimum requirements. 1 year of supervision.
Any questions? We'll open the public comment on item 5.6. Any public comment?
Chairman Frazier, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board.
I'll move to approve as presented.
I'll second.
Any further discussion?
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Right, we will move into closed session. Item 6.1, Government Code Section 54954.5F, conference with labor negotiators, county designated representatives Sophie Meyer and Shelley Nelson, employee organizations, Deputy Sheriff's Association, Probation Peace Officers Association, Skilled Trades Unit, Management and Confidential Unit, and General Unit. Do we have any public comment on closed session?
Chairman Frazier, I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All righty. We are finished.